vendetta recalls that I failed, and it's clear that my reckoning's nigh. And though I try, he won't leave me this time. Now I know that I've become something less than what I know. I know I won't be let alone tonight. I think I want a fresh start. I'm running from a loveless animal. I want a fresh start. I'm running from a 4-foot criminal. I wanna see a lunatic is finalize his hold on me. And I wanna just put some lyrics there. Head rush, see I'm out on the lam without a single accusation, though I know I'm to blame. And I feel closer to the edge of myself. Health, wealth, and happiness are clouding over. Discover that when I breathe out and gaze down on these ruins of broken hearts and unhurt bodies, I'll begin to discern that if I leave these things that I learned as a child, begin to spiral in a cycle that will never recover another. Now I know that I've become something less than what I know. I know I won't be let alone tonight. I think I want a fresh start. I'm running from a loveless animal. I want a fresh start. I'm running from a 4-foot criminal. Yeah, I wanna see a lunatic has finally lost his hold on me. And soon she'll arrive and she's gonna bring you to your knees. Turn away from those eyes, cause you know she only ever leaves. Pray you won't stay the same, hold fast to those memories. When the clock strikes 12, you'll begin to delve beyond despair, or so it seems, so it seems. And everything will be fine, probably. I think I want a fresh start. I'm running from a loveless animal. Yeah, I want a fresh start. I'm running from a 4-foot criminal. Yeah, I wanna see a lunatic is finally lost his hold on me. And yeah, I wanna.
All right. We are here. We are live. Well, we're not quite live because it seems I have not set up my screen. Hey, there we go. All right, we're all set. Let's get started. And I think that probably the best way to start would be to take a look at this clip by Carlson. We've been starting off the streams basically looking at the pre-match or the post-match wrap-up by Magnus Carlsen and Levi on their new YouTube channel called Take, if I'm not mistaken. So let's kick off with that, and then we can move on to see what's on Reddit and what Polymarket is doing before we start the live coverage of today, day 6.
Oh, better.
Ding is way better.
That's pretty significant. Black Pawn is only 2 steps away now from becoming a new queen.
Gukesh now, he played this move very quickly.
There's no way for Gukesh to stop the pawn from becoming a new queen. I am shocked.
It's time to celebrate! Ding and Gukesh, they are tied after 5 games in the World Chess Championship match, and it has turned out to be a very close and exciting match. Welcome everyone to the Take post-game show with Levi Rosman and Magnus Carlsen. For the first time, we are live on Twitch, and I'm first going to bring in Levi Rosman, Gotham Chess. Thank you for taking my role yesterday, being the host. You're back to being an expert today, but you did an awesome job, Levi. Thank you.
You're welcome. It was not just for you, but you know, for the folks in the studio. It was an honor, but I'm very happy to return to my role as expert for today.
Yeah, we like you in that role. And then the GOAT, the legend, 17 times world chess champion, co-founder of Take, generally a good guy. Here is Magnus Carlsen, the birthday boy. Happy birthday, Magnus.
Thank you.
What has this day been like, turning 34 today?
It's been a bit weird. I was like in a little bit of physical pain yesterday,
Oh no.
and today it feels like it's just gotten worse. It's like a little bit here and there, and I don't know, I just feel so much older.
It's like,
Apart from that, everything is great.
yeah. Well, that's age. You don't look a day older, Magnus. I'll tell you that. And Levi, you promised me before the show that you would sing the happy birthday song. So go ahead.
Absolutely, absolutely not. That did not happen. That is so this is why we're live to catch the experts off guard. No, I mean I will say, listen, I'm 29 in 5 days.
Aha.
And yeah, I don't feel a day older than 50. So yeah, you know, I've got my
You don't
grandmother
look it
yesterday
either.
turned. I will say, like, I on the 29th of November, which was yesterday, my grandma turned 93, and I recently visited her.
Wow.
And she was like, you know, I hope you and your wife live to 93. And I was like, Grandma, ain't no way. Like, you're from the tougher generation. Like, I'll be blessed to make it to 80. So that's what I'll say.
Incredible. Happy birthday to Levi's grandmother yesterday as well then. And Magnus, on a day like this, do you sort of reflect a little bit about everything you have achieved in 34 years?
No, I haven't really thought too much about that, but I've thought about games that I played in the World Championship on my birthday. So last time against Jan, it was actually game 5 as well, and it was a very theoretical Petrov that ended up in a draw. Maybe it wasn't game 5 actually. Maybe it was game 4. I think it was game 4. And yeah, there was of course as well the tiebreak against Karyakin in 2016 that I won. So overall, I would say I have good memories of playing on my birthday.
Yeah, yeah. And the question is, was it a good day following Game 5 in the World Chess Championship match, Magnus?
Yeah, it was an interesting game, but obviously I think for us as we're both pundits but also chess fans, it was a bit of a disappointing finish, even if it was not unexpected.
Yeah, and that's important to underline, you guys. These two are the pundits. They are the experts, and they need to speak their mind, the truth about what's been going on in Singapore today. So should we jump into Game 5, you guys? It was another French defense. Levi, you woke up, like 7 a.m., 6 a.m. today to jump into the game?
First, I don't know, something like 5:50.
Yeah, wow.
And it was the position where they had just traded the queens. I know the exchange French is very topical now. It's also not as boring as its reputation. Like it does have some interesting ideas. I actually kind of enjoyed playing it when I had black, and I had I was in my French era, like wearing a little beret and stuff. But yeah, I woke up when they traded the queens, and then the second time I was awake, Gukesh had just made this quote unquote blunder. I mean, you know, whatever, inaccuracy where he took an e5 with the pawn. And I made an executive decision. I was like, okay, yeah, part of me thinks that Ding will just take the chance to sort of end the game here with the draw because he can. But there's no way. I mean, I'm looking at the position. He has all the activity he can dream of. His pawn is 2 squares away from promotion. Like, it will go for at least a couple more hours. Let me go to sleep. And then I woke up again, and the game had ended in a draw like 40 minutes prior, almost 10, 15 minutes after I fell back asleep. So I'm very disappointed. I'm more disappointed today, actually, than any of the other draws because I don't know. Like, I'm looking at the position for black, and it just looks pretty easy to play. But I guess this is just going to be how the match goes, and that's that. So
it disappointed.
I gotta say, Levi, this was a rookie mistake. Like, you should have. This was purely wishful thinking on your part. You should have seen this coming.
Why is that,
You
Magnus?
expect better.
Why do you say that, Magnus? What should he have expected?
No, I'm just saying that this has been the standard now for Ding for a long time. That he plays well, he gets good positions, but he doesn't win at all. So it was, yeah, it's obviously disappointing, but it's not unexpected by any means.
Well, we had some action on the bar, at least today. It was definitely in favor for Ding at some point. Magnus, at what point in the game would you like to jump into here?
You know me, I like to start from the beginning.
Let's
So I think I predicted yesterday that that we were gonna see E4 from Gukesh, and that we were probably gonna see E5 from Ding, not the French again, and that Gukesh would try and do something sharp to get a serious advantage. So I think all of that was wrong. Ding did repeat the French defense, and then Gukesh went for sort of a more of a small ball approach rather than trying to hit big. But I did find the opening phase quite interesting as well. I gotta say, like, the first time I saw this line with Bishop D3 and then Queen E2 check, with Bishop D6 is a normal move instead of C5. I think the first time I saw that was in 2016. One of my favorite theoreticians, GM Milkumian from Armenia, he played it in the Turkish league. And I was thinking, like, well, this looks so simple. Like you can get it both from the French defense and from the Petrov defense, and it just gives you a very pleasant, either like bishop pair kind of position where you're not like really better, but it seems that white has more positional potential, or you get a queenless middle game where white has a couple of extra tempi and generally a slight initiative that's kind of hard or surprisingly hard to extinguish. So I was thinking, like, what more do I with my style want from the opening? So after that, like, I was trying to get this. I was even playing E3 on move 1, hoping that my opponent would play E5 and then I could play D4 and transpose into the exchange range. But of course, since things have been analyzed and this move C5 has become typical as Ding played, but it didn't really change the nature of the position. So C3, which Gukesh played, is the critical, and now after the next series of moves, they reach the same kind of endgame as you would otherwise. And then the question is, does the black pawn being on C4 benefit black or white? And the answer is not simple, because it does give black extra space, but it also makes the pawn on D5 a lot weaker. But I guess, like, you end up concluding that white is very slightly better in either case, but not significantly better. And it reminds me of these Slav kind of positions that you get where black breaks with E5 and then white has the extra space, but the somewhat weak D4 pawn, and you go from there. But well, this was my whole introduction to saying that even though it was not the most aggressive approach from Gukesh, I love this line, and I found it very interesting that they were discussing the French defense once again.
Cool. Let's take a break then. We can head over to Reddit and Polymarket. We'll circle back to this video. And then we'll also be keeping an eye on the players arriving. It is 22 minutes before move 1 is played. And usually the coverage starts about 10 minutes before. So 12 minutes from now, we should see some live feeds from the players arriving at the venue. But for now, let's jump into Reddit. I've just saved a couple of posts that I thought were interesting on RChess, on the RChess front page. So one of the interviews that I found quite interesting was this one. Ding Lurin jokingly admitting he didn't study Gukesh's games too much in preparation for the World Chess Championship. Let's take a listen.
At the end of the press conference, you were both asked to name each other's favorite game, and I can't believe he didn't pick your tiebreak win over Magnus Carlsen in the Sinkfield Cup, where you sacrificed your queen. Were you expecting him to pick that game?
He also picked a game which is very famous. That means he studied my game carefully, and I didn't study his game too much.
I noticed when you were asked to name your favorite game of his, you were laughing. Were you struggling to come up with a game?
Yeah. First, it occurred me the game in Olympiad. He beat Karana. It's very important, but maybe not so beautiful. And I had to come up with an answer. And I remember he beat Prague many times. It was so impressive to see.
Yeah, I thought that was quite interesting. Having both players commenting on each other's games and playing styles, and Ding finding that one of the most important games that Gukesh won wasn't necessarily the most beautiful. It was quite a hilarious comment from Ding. Here we have another post which is quite cool. It's both players' favorite athletes. So Ding Luren from China, Lamar Odom and Federico Chiesa. I think Lamar Odom is a NBA player, which is not very surprising. I know in China, basketball is huge. When I was teaching English to Chinese students, like 95% of the boys that I was teaching, they were all obsessed with basketball. And also, I guess, unsurprisingly, Gukesh, one of his favorites, sportsman MS Dhoni, very famous Indian cricket player. And cricket is, right up there, I guess, with chess. Those are the two national pastimes if you're from India. And then, of course, Novak Djokovic. We also know that Gukesh is a huge tennis fan, and Djokovic being, I guess, almost at the point now when he's the undisputed best player of all time, most Grand Slams. And I remember when I was watching Gukesh doing an interview, they were doing a little bit of a tour of his house, and he was in his study area. He had a lot of books from elite tennis players. So he had, I think, Nadal's autobiography, Djokovic's autobiography, Federer's autobiography. So he obviously loves these sportsmen at the highest level, which is really good to have that kind of mentality of like, what does it take to be a winner? What kind of mindset do you need to have? What kind of habits do you need to have? So he was obviously looking at that at a young age. So that's cool. Susan Polgar, the last game, really interesting. A big questionable decision by Ding not to push for a win. He seemed content with a half a point. He may not have won money anyway, but the killer instinct would have set an important psychological tone. And there was zero risk to push while White had to work hard to hold. Very baffling. Yeah, absolutely. I think that it seemed after, what was it, move 29. We can actually head up over here just to kind of continue that thought, because we have all of the final, say, 9 moves of the game, from move 22 to move 31, and you can see from move 22 how things were more or less equal, a little bit dangerous for both sides. A slight edge in terms of who would win was with Gukesh with the white pieces. So you can see from move 22, 14% chance of white winning, 75% chance of a draw, and 11% of black winning. And then there were a few sort of inaccuracies from white, which resulted in, by the time we got to move, say, 26, 27, black had a very clear, decisive advantage. And I think the critical moment was here, or what is that, move 29, when instead of playing, what was it, bishop to h6, instead, Ding retreated his bishop back to the same square it was previously, bishop to c6. And with that move, the bishop was no longer eyeballing the promotion square. And it was very, very important that it went to h6 instead, so that it could be keeping an eye on that promotion square and creating a lot of pressure for black to defend. For white to defend that promotion square. So that was one of the most critical moments. And you can actually see that advantage evaporate, going from a 24%, 25% chance of winning to just 5.3, and ultimately things just settling for a draw. So that was quite interesting just to see this this graphic. I don't know which websites this is from, so I'd like to maybe pull that up so we can keep an eye on this. Maybe if you can help me, if you know where this is from, please let me know in the live chats. Okay. Skullbreaker says, bro, cricket is easy to play. Yeah, definitely. I actually grew up playing cricket. Had a lot of fun playing cricket in South Africa. It's also a massive sport here. But not quite as much as rugby. He could have played bishop to h5. Was it h5 or h6? Oh, maybe you're right. Maybe it was h5. Yeah. And then instead he played bishop to... Yeah. I think in any event, the bishop basically landed on the wrong square. And that was essentially the end of his advantage. All right, let's keep scrolling. We've got Carlson from 4 years ago. This must have been, I don't know if this was on his birthday, because yesterday was his birthday, as they were mentioning in that little interview. And here it seems he's having a huge feast. Oh, this is where he just turned 30. Okay, that makes sense. Because he's 34. He turned 34 yesterday. And this is a pretty cool picture from 1985. Vishy Anand working on Chessbase 1 on an Atari machine. The dawn of the internet age and the dawn of chess players using chess engines on computers to be able to improve their game and come up with different strategies. And it's pretty incredible that Anand, you know, he's been around for so long. He was already at a very early age, even though the computers weren't nearly as powerful as they are now. He was already involved in working with computers. And I think that might also be something that attributes to his longevity and his success, because of the fact that not necessarily just using computers, but just the fact that he was continually finding novel ways of improving his game and not falling behind in terms of his skill set when it comes to playing chess. So that was pretty cool. Let's jump over to Polymarket, take a look at the odds. Now, something really interesting has happened. Okay. I just saw the move. It is bishop to h5. Okay, thanks, Shivam. I appreciate that. Sorry, bro. You're speaking about chess. I think it's another game. Oh, okay. Cool. No worries. So let's back up. Something I wanted to share, which I thought was really interesting, right? If we went back before the World Chess Championship started, we had Ding at 23% chance, right? That's what this 23 cents represents, is the statistical likelihood of Ding winning the overall World Chess Championship. After he won the first game, understandably, huge jump up. Then this was a draw in the second game, kind of a little bit of a fizzle, coming down slightly. And then obviously after he lost, the third game, big drop in his percentage in terms of winning. And now things are equal. We've had a few draws, but after yesterday, where Ding managed to get something going with the black pieces again, the markets have adjusted, even though the score is equal, to having Ding's chance of winning coming up all the way to 36%. And I think that's because not only did he draw yesterday, but it was really only black who had some kind of initiative. And I think we might see that if Ding manages to even draw today, we might not see the case that the percentages just drop back to 28% for Ding. We might see that the bookmakers are saying, wow, you know, Ding overall so far has shown up a little bit more than Gukesh, even though the scores are equal, even though there's really nothing to pick between the two of them, that these odds might adjust as people start realizing that Ding is maybe more in form than they previously thought. All right. Skullbreaker says, I'm from Tamil Nadu. I don't know where that is. Very cool. Oh, okay. So that's the same place that Anand is from. Oh, that's useful. That's very cool. I'm glad that we had a picture of Anand just for you. Yeah. India, of course, being like one of the real up-and-coming nations now. And basically my only reason why I think that it would be awesome for Gukesh to win is just because of the fact that it would be so good for chess in general, having another Indian world champion. We've had a Chinese world champion, we've had a Norwegian world champion, but we haven't had an Indian champion since Anand, and I think it would be great for chess for us to see one now. But there's still a lot of chess to be played in this year's World Chess Championship. We are 12 minutes away from the first move. Let's see if we have any coverage yet. No, just 1 minute away from coverage starting on the FIDE live stream. And we'll stick around for that. In the meantime, let me know where you're from in the comment section. Also, don't forget to vote on the poll. We've got 7 votes so far. Who will win today? 29% say Ding, 57% say Gukesh, and 14% say draw. So we've got a lot of Gukesh fans, even though today Gukesh is the one playing with the black pieces. So that's something to take into account. And probably from Gukesh's perspective, after a little bit of a shaky game yesterday, I think he might be quite comfortable playing for a draw with the black pieces. I do think it's going to be very, very interesting to see how aggressively Ding has played. He's played somewhat conservatively with the exception, I guess, of the first game and some of the things that happened yesterday. He was, I guess he calculated very well to realize that edge in the middle game. But then that killer instinct, that's something that Susan Polgar referred to, that was kind of missing a little bit. And I think that is problematic for Ding. He needs to have that killer instinct and really go for the throat if he's going to win this year's World Chess Championship. So with the white pieces today, this is an opportunity for him to take an advantage. But of course, we always know that if you are trying to play for a win with the white pieces, anything can happen. Things can turn around very, very quickly, as we saw in the first game. And we do have some live images coming in from the playing venue. Nothing super exciting yet, but I'm sure that the players will arrive in the next 5 minutes or so. I am from Cape Town, South Africa, which is nice. I'm very grateful for the fact that I'm not in Canada, because I really wanted to stream this year and just like hang out, enjoy the chess, and spend some time with some of my subscribers. But I was a little unsure whether there was going to be a horrible time difference like Shivam is experiencing in Canada. But fortunately here, it's just about to go 11 o'clock in the morning, so I have time to wake up, hang out, have my morning breakfast, have my coffee, and then just settle in for a day of streaming. So yeah, it's going to be a good day today. And I do believe there's also cricket on, so I'll keep an eye on that. I don't know, maybe if it's true that has ended. Let me take a look. I know South Africa's playing Sri Lanka. Let's see, South Africa cricket. I'm pretty sure when I checked yesterday, that game was basically over. Yeah. Okay, so it seems South Africa won by 233 runs after declaring in the second innings. Wow. So we kind of crushed Sri Lanka, so that's good news. But there's another test match coming on the 5th of December, which I'll keep an eye on. All right, so Ding with the white pieces. Any ideas from openings? Let me know in the comment section what openings we might expect from Ding. I did spend a little bit of time at the very start of day one, I guess, looking at some of Ding's opening plans and some of the things that he typically plays. And I was quite surprised to see how rarely he played 1e4 and how a big chunk of his games start off with 1d4, the queen's pawn opening. So when he did choose to play e4, I was a little bit surprised, but of course e4 is not like, I mean, it's not anything special, but more just surprised looking at the primary openings that Ding opts for, and e4 being so rarely played on average was interesting to me, considering that, you know, almost all players at the top level go for 1e4 at some point. So Skullbreaker says, oh, knight f3 again from Shivam. Yeah, we could see that. The Reti opening. Definitely an option. Test match is boring, bro. Yeah. Well, I think, fortunately, it's kind of like cricket and chess actually have a lot of similarities if you think about it. Because cricket, you have the different forms. So you kind of have like bullet, which would be, say, a T20. And then you have rapid, which is like a 50 over one day international. And then you have a test match, which is like what we're watching now, classical chess. So yeah, I guess those are some parallels that we find with chess and cricket. I don't know if there are any more parallels, probably, but yeah. Some people like test cricket, some people don't. I quite like watching test cricket, actually. I think it's something that can be quite nice in a similar way to this classical game, is to have on sort of in the background while you're doing other things. While you're cooking, you know, if you're working and you have, say, you're working on your computer and you have two monitors, having one of the monitors just got the game going on in the background and keeping your ears open for any crazy stuff happening. And that's one of the great things about test cricket is that, you know, things are always happening. There's a wicket, you know, someone hits a four once every 5 or 10 overs sometimes. Yeah, it's definitely slow. It's not nearly as exciting as the shorter formats, but it has maybe a little bit more depth in terms of the strategic side for I guess both chess and crickets. There's a lot that can happen in 5 days, and that I think makes it quite watchable. And that probably is one of the reasons why people who enjoy test cricket would say, yeah, that's why they do, is that there's more potential for big comebacks and exciting results, even if it takes a little bit of time. So, yeah. All right, the players should be arriving like very, very soon. I have got the audio up and running for Morris Ashley's introduction. He gets so excited. He's got like a it's kind of like a boxing match announcer's voice that he puts on, which I quite like. Really bringing the hype. The only problem is that he announces the people and then like there's no microphone in the crowd, so you just hear this like very soft applauding in the background instead of like a massive roar. All right, we got the players arriving. There's Gukesh, just off camera. Coming in first, of course, he's going to be sitting on the right-hand side because he has the black pieces. I think they've been basically sitting on the same side the whole time. They just change colors. And now we're expecting Ding to show up probably shortly. To kick things off, today's day 6. Tomorrow we'll have another rest day if I'm not mistaken. It's 3 days on, 3 days break, and then another 3 days on. So if Gukesh can hold a draw here with the black pieces, I think that would be really good. Can have a rest tomorrow, spend a little bit of time brushing up on some of the ideas that he had prepared for the white pieces. Shivam says, South Africa, toughest conditions to bat in. Yeah, I think it depends. Like we have, one thing people don't realize about South Africa, I'll finish that thought in a little bit. Got the two players shaking hands. And Ding is sitting down, adjusting his seat. Both players getting ready to rumble. And Morris Ashley is there to kick things off. So we'll take a listen to this and then I'll finish my thoughts on cricket maybe a little bit later once we have the opening done and dusted. All right, let's bring this up.
Ladies and gentlemen, and children of all ages, welcome to Game 6 of the FIDE World Championship, presented by Google, held here at the Aquarius Hotel at the luxurious Resorts World Sentosa in beautiful Singapore. I'm Maurice Ashley, and it is my distinct pleasure to introduce the two players who are competing for the title of World Chess Champion. First, the challenger from India, Gukesh Damaraju.
Woo! Let's go.
And from China, the world champion, Ding Liren.
Hey-oh. Nice.
The match is currently tied at 2.5 points each. The players are giving it their all, an incredible fighting chess for all the fans around the world. Before I introduce the gentleman who will be making the ceremonial first move, I'd like to talk a little bit about the sponsorship of this tournament by Google. Of course, chess has been seeing a great boom as of late after the Queen's Gambit. We saw the internet boom during COVID, and the fan base has tripled in many places and websites around the world, taking great advantage of this incredible interest in chess. And now we have, for the very first time, two Asian grandmasters competing for the title from two of the great chess superpowers, India and China. Naturally, Google took note of this and has brought their incredible, one of the most valuable brands in the world, that prestige to the championship. And of course, as chess fans, we're grateful and we hope to see this continue in years to come. And now for the first move, he is a great fan of the game. He spearheaded the effort at Google to sponsor this event. The president of the Asia Pacific region at Google, Scott Beaumont. Thank you, Scott. Please. And with that, let the game begin.
All right. Let's get this party started. Exciting times. All right, we have one D4 from Ding. Immediately responded with knight to F6. Are we going to finally see a Catalan? Nope. All right, we have bishop to F4. And we've got a London system. Wow, that's incredible. All right, E3. London system, of course, very, very popular opening. Really solid for the white pieces. And as with many systems, one of the great things about playing a system is that you don't have to spend necessarily all of this time, you know, calculating long lines of theory. Maybe not so much at their level, but if you're a beginner, you just learn the opening moves and you just play it most of the time, regardless of what black does. All right, another natural move, knight to F3 on the board. And we have C5, challenging the center immediately. Putting pressure on the D4 square. And C3 makes a lot of sense here, just supporting that D4 pawn. And then we would probably expect to see something like knight to C6, knight B to D2, all standard stuff. And then bishop to D6 is also a possible route forward for Gukesh. And this is kind of mainline theory in terms of the London system. Offering a 43% chance, according to the database, if we're looking at games at the top level, 43% chance of white winning, 29% chance of draw, and 28% chance of black winning. So this is something a little bit different in terms of what we've seen in openings so far from Ding. And we have this exact setup on the board, except we're waiting on... Oh, all right. The line that I looked at, we had knight B to D2 first. So that's still a possibility for white. You can play knight B to D2 here. And then maybe castles, bishop to D3. So logical square for the bishop. And then say bishop takes F4, takes. All right, I feel like we might have quite a few quick moves. Okay, hold on. Now this is where things have already deviated to a little bit more of a sideline instead of something more conventional like bishop to G3 or knight B to D2. We have bishop to B5, knight to C3. And now the question is, do you just, knight to C6, do you just capture the knight on C6 with a bishop? Only 98 games reaching this position. All right, we have an exchange on the board. White giving up the light square bishop. For the knight on C6, we have takes, takes. And now the most common move in this particular line is just capturing on D6, which is exactly what we have. And the player's absolutely blitzing out moves here. This looks like we're already into some serious preparation from both players. Shivam says Carlsen Ding game in this line. Very interesting. So this is well-worn territory for Ding. Ding playing queen to A4. And I guess the idea with queen to A4 is you're putting pressure along this diagonal. The king needs to castle, and this back pawn, C6, is going to be vulnerable, probably long-term as well. And there's no real reason for black to worry about this. There's plenty of ways of defending this pawn. You can also just castle, which is quite straightforward, removing the pressure on the king. And for the time being, this pawn is going to be easy to defend for black, but as is often the case, these back pawns could well become targets. For example, you know, you think about white wanting to play a move like knight to e5, trying to put more pressure. Of course, you can defend with the bishop. Once the bishop comes out, you can also play a move like rook to c8 or rook f to c8. So there's definitely nothing to sort of concern yourself with immediately, knowing that you can comfortably defend that pawn. But yeah, long term, definitely going to be potential weakness for black. If you're not going to castle, which is the majority of there's 33 games that reach this position, most of them castle. C takes D is also an option. Just capturing, and then we take back with the C pawn, and then castles or bishop to D7. Bishop to D7 seems reasonable. Then knight B to D2. Castles and probably castles would be an expected line. And now I think, okay. So we have castles first on the board. Queen to A3. Queen to A3, a clever move. Basically saying, well, you're not going to take this pawn. You're not going to push this pawn either because of the fact that your queen's hanging. You need to deal with that. And black is quite a creative way of dealing with that, and that's simply playing knight to e4. Defending the queen with a knight, and also placing the knight on a very useful square on e4. But white is also going to have the same, you know, idea. The position somewhat symmetrical in that sense, that the outposts are both on e4 and e5 for black and white. Alternatively, you can play knight to d7. It's kind of rerouting the knights and just saying, okay, I'm not going to be too concerned about this. I don't have any intention of taking immediately. And then you follow up with knight b to d2 if you're playing with white. But we're already starting to get out of super familiar territory. That said, it feels to me like both players are playing quite quickly, which suggests that there's been some serious preparation with this line in particular. Gukesh is slowing down now, though. And it might be the case that he's reaching the end of his preparation. Nope. All right, he plays the expected move, knight to e4, maybe just double checking. And interestingly enough here, Ding opts for knight f to d2 instead of knight b to d2. And this is one of the moves. Out of the 7 games that have reached this position, 5 of those games respond with this. So it's very clear now that Ding is heading deeper into his preparation. And in that game, e5 is a move, c takes d4 is a move. Remember, c takes d4 is no longer a catastrophic blunder because of the fact that the queen is back defending. But interestingly enough, only 2 games have reached this position where black actually captures this pawn. And capturing on d4 is not that great of a move according to the engine. Whoa, okay. All right, now we've seen our first real novelty. And that is the move e5. Hey, Mark. Mark's in the chat. Welcome, Mark. Yeah, I saw some of your games. Thanks for sending those to me. I had actually a bit of fun. I think it was last night. I was looking at them. Maybe we'll take a look at them later. Those were really fun. Welcome, joining in from Australia. All right, Lichess shows 5 games still. Okay. Yeah, I think what happened is it's just the move order changes slightly, and we've transposed back into into some familiar territory. I've just got 3 games that have reached this point. Queen to g6. And both players absolutely firing out moves, guys. We're on move 14, and they just look like they're playing a rapid game. I mean, they are seriously moving. Seriously moving. In comparison, think about it, right? Not that long ago, just a few games ago, we had Ding spending half an hour on move 7. And, man, now things are completely different. And it seems that we might have quite a long line of theory before either player starts showing any signs of slowing down. Okay, so the 3 games that have reached this position, Black responds with E takes D, Queen takes, and I guess here's the issue. It's just that if you look at this position now from Black's perspective, you've just allowed Black to capture the G2 pawn, but this just looks like really risky to capture this pawn. But ooh, he goes for it. He takes on G2. What? But what about queenside castle, then rook to G1? Rook to G1, and suddenly there's so much pressure on the G7 pawn. Wow. And also, okay, so I think you have to castle first. It might be tempting to recapture this pawn, but then of course you hang your rook, so you don't want to do that. First castles, defending the rook, and now you're threatening kind of 2 things at the same time. You're threatening capturing on c6, and you're also threatening rook d to g1. Or maybe... no, maybe you don't want to give up this pawn. Maybe it's... okay, actually, well, yeah, you have to be a bit precise here. This could get quite dodgy quite quickly, because if you drop the f2 pawn, you're basically giving up the e3 pawn as well. Well, that's the line that's in the database. This is very surprising. Okay, rook d to e1. All right, now you have to defend this pawn. But it's Black who has an advantage here. Rook to b8. Whoa, rook to b8 is very frustrating, because you have... basically this knight is stuck now. You can no longer capture, because obviously queen takes b2 is catastrophic. Can even maybe take with the rook. Queen takes, yeah. Doesn't matter, that's not going to happen. This game is already very exciting. I think this might be one of the more exciting games that we've seen so far. Especially with Black's queen just infiltrating so early. And you might be thinking, well, why does White just give up these pawns? You know, White's already sacrificed the G2 pawn and now the F2 pawn as well. Where does White's compensation come from? White's compensation comes from the G file, the F file, also the fact that there are numerous pawns that are hanging. But things are already starting to look a little bit risky for both players. All right, is anyone winning at the moment? I got like $200 and I'm afraid to use it. Yeah, I'm probably not the person to advise on on whether you should do that, but yeah, for the time being, look, I mean, the engine says it's completely equal. So what I'd like to see though, after d takes e, this is also a little bit of a surprise. D takes e here, because you're basically messing up your pawn structure, but it does offer the benefit of the queen on c5 defending the e3 pawn, right? Because that is a meaningful threat. After Black captures on f2, Black is threatening to capture on e3, and having the queen on e3 with a pin on the knight, threatening sort of infiltrating, it becomes quite scary. So you have 2 options here. You can play rook to e1, just defending the e3 pawn. But the engine seems to think that this is not the way to go, because e takes d4, knight takes e4, queen to h4, and I guess you just capture with the queen? Okay. And this is apparently slightly better. You've got an isolated pawn. This bishop's very dangerous on the light squares because of the fact that the B1 H2 H7 diagonals open. So that makes sense. That instead, white says, okay, I'm gonna temporarily, or maybe even permanently, mess up my pawn structure, but I'm gonna defend the E3 pawn this way instead with the queen. Allows my queen to stay central. And now I'm threatening capturing on E4. And even though I've messed up my pawn structure, black's pawn structure is not that great either. There are isolated loose pawns. I've also got the G file. So yeah, this makes sense. It looks like no draw this game. Well, I mean, it's still equal in terms of what the engine says. It just I think there's a lot of potential, I'll say, in the position. Question. I think it was Shivam who told me that Lichess shows 5 games. Do you still see on Lichess if there are any more games that have reached this position? I've just got 1 game with black to move. And in that game, rook D to E1. Oh, wait. Hold on. Sorry. I don't know why it's not updating here. Oh, in that game, it's this. All right. But now we've departed after white captured on E5. That makes sense. Okay, so now there are no games according to the chess.com database. All right, and I think now this might be the line that Ding has prepared. And this might come as a bit of a surprise. I'm curious what the engine says in this position. D takes E is the engine's preferred move. So it might be the case that Gukesh is familiar with this, but he might just be struggling to recall what his options are with the black pieces. Rook to B8 is quite a natural move. Strongly discouraging. Because if you capture, obviously, it's just mate in 1. So you don't want to do that. But you can play knight to c4. And knight to c4 opening up the d file and protecting the b2 pawn by putting the knight on c4. I guess my concern with knight to c4 is if the bishop attacks this, say bishop to e6 or bishop to a6, now you can play rook to d2. Wow, rook to d2. Oh, that's so clever. Rook to d2 works really well because, of course, the queen is under fire and you're removing all of the threats of checkmates on b2. So then the queen just retreats to f3, attacking the rook, and now rook to e1. Over protecting. And the reason why you have to play rook to e1 here, sort of obligatory, is if you do anything else. So you play rook to g1 and you're taking control of the g file. Now there's this irritating combination where you have to capture back, and now black's queen can capture on e3 and you're just down a pawn for absolutely no reason. So you have to over defend by playing rook to e1, and it's irritating because you're like, well, I'm defending it twice already. Yeah, but by removing one of the defenders, you're removing both of the defenders. So now this tactic no longer works. Everything's holding together nicely and still equal. So we might well see a move like this from Gukesh. And I think if we do see rook to b8, we'll probably see knight to c4. Knight to c4 is a great move. And also, if black decides not to try and chase this knight away, so let's put knight to b8, to c4, defending. And say you play rook to d2. Let's say bishop to f3, queen to f3 first. Now rook h to f1. It's really trying to scare this queen away. Yeah, it's difficult to see exactly what white's plan is. All right, so we have this on the board. We do have the move rook to b8. And how quickly will Ding respond. And I think this will give us an inclination of exactly where Ding is at in terms of his preparation. Will he play knight to c4 very quickly? Will he spend less than 30 seconds? Because if he does, then we'll know that he's still somewhat within the bounds of preparation. Oh my gosh. Mark. Ayo, we have it on the board. Okay. I kind of expected Ding to play knight to c4. Just because, and actually a lot of it has to do with this move. D takes E, which is all engine moves. And it suggests that he has really done his homework when it comes to this position. What I'm curious about is the games that we got to beforehand. What were they? 33% win for white, 67% draw. All right, so knight to c4 on the board. Again, knight to c4, very important, because if you move the knight to any other square, it's mate in one. So you have to play knight to c4 to defend. And the most intuitive move, I think, for a lot of chess players and even amateurs is to say, okay, I can remove the defender, then I can checkmate my opponent. So bishop to a6, the simplest way to go for that. But then you can start chasing the queen away. So rook to d2, queen to f3, and then rook to e1. Very, very important in order to defend against the threat of bishop takes. Because now bishop takes doesn't really lead to mate for black, but it does lead to potentially losing a pawn if you don't play rook to e1. Gotta play rook to e1. That's very important. Mark, I hope for your sake that you... And actually, not just for your sake, but also for all of the viewers' sake that we have a decisive result. What is Polymarket saying, out of curiosity? Okay. It seems to be liking this for Ding. Okay, not hugely so. It's like tiny. It's like fractions of a percent that it's gone up. But I think the market might be responding slightly to just Ding's preparation. All right, so if not bishop to a6, let's try bishop to e6. Just a similar idea, removing the defender, but we're just gonna basically play exactly the same line. Queen to f3, rook to e1, for the same reasons that we had. This bishop move, it functions the same way on e6 and on a6. Removing the defender so that you can threaten mate or capture the e3 pawn. All right, so if not bishop to a6 or bishop to e6, queen to f3 is another option. And just playing queen to f3 now. And rook h to e1 still. Just over defending here. Makes sense. And also, I guess there's the threat of getting this really nice knight outpost, but... For the time being, I'm not sure if that actually achieves much. Queen to f2. It's just the queen moving back. It's a little bit repetitive. Let's try queen to h3 for black. Rook to d2, defending the h2 pawn. You've given black enough of these kingside pawns. So you want to hold on to that. And then bishop to e6 now. So these feel like some moves that will inevitably show up at some point. Of course, it's important to note in this position that you cannot capture this pawn. If you do, disaster. Rook b to c8. Attacking the queen, attacking the knight on c4 twice. You can't protect the knight twice and not lose your queen at the same time. So you got to make sure that You avoid that. So instead, let's say bishop to e6 and now knight to a5, right? Everything is very well defended from white's perspective, specifically the weak b2 pawn. It's only being attacked once, you're defending it twice. There's no mating threats any longer. And now it's white who's putting the pressure on black. Ding, maybe in some lines threatening to take you. Capturing on c6 is probably a threat. And the reason for that is if you do decide to say you allow this capture from black's perspective, and then you're like, okay, but then I'm going to follow up with a pin. For example, I'm going to play knight to c8. You walk into knight to e7 check, losing the rook. So you don't even really have time to do this. I think maybe... And then what happens if you play... Oh yeah, that doesn't work, does it? Yeah, there's actually quite a bit to calculate here. So let's get the position up as it stands right now. Ding's just played knight to c4, and we're waiting to see what Gukesh is going to respond with. He's going to play queen to f3, bishop to a6, bishop to e6, all popular or all reasonable ideas that aren't very difficult to find. The real one is here, late, but I'm in. Welcome. Hello. Hello to you. Hello to you. Great to see you. Got a lot of familiar faces, familiar names in the chat. Shivam's here. The real one's here. Mark Allwood is here. Mark's been playing a lot of chess. He sent me a couple of his games that I've been looking at. So if we have an early day today, we might also do a bit more analysis of those, just for fun. And for the votes, we have 36% of people thinking Ding's going to win today, 55% thinking Gukesh, 9% thinking it's going to be a draw. Let's hope that we don't have a draw today. Yeah, so far this is an exciting game. Even if the engine just evaluates everything as equal, maybe it's just exciting to me because I'm not a London player. I don't think I've ever spent any time studying the London. I've played against the London, obviously, with the black pieces, but even though it's probably super boring and well-worn for many people, I'm certainly enjoying this position. And the fact that we're at a point that we've reached an entirely new game makes it particularly exciting. So at what point do we get to a new game? After castles, queen takes f2. Here, the game that ultimately resulted in a draw that we have in the database was actually a mistake where white opted to defend by playing rook to e1. And the engine seems to think that this is just an inaccuracy because you can capture on d4. And now after knight takes, queen to h4, you have to capture. And maybe part of the problem here is you have an isolated pawn and black has a very strong light square bishop, has a lot of counterplay along the b file. I guess you have some counterplay along the g file, but let's say bishop to f5 out of curiosity. Knight to g3, good move, and then queen to h3. Knight takes, queen takes, and then... I guess the two weaknesses are the e3 pawn and the c6 pawn. And if there's some way for... Yeah, it's not a huge advantage for black. Let's see. Queen to c4, c5. Makes sense. It's defending. And e4. Queen to e5. Rook to e2. Interesting. Anyway, this particular line we didn't see on the board. We saw instead Ding following up with the engine's best move, and that was capturing on e5, a bit of a creative way of defending the e3 pawn. Because of course the e3 pawn's hanging, so you can defend by rook to e1, but also capturing is quite creative. even though you're creating this sort of doubled pawn, isolated pawn situation, you're allowing the white queen to remain very central and also defending the e3 pawn. And at the same time, regaining the material that you lost. So, okay, so we're still waiting on Gukesh to make a move with the black pieces. Let's get this board live. After rook to b8, Ding played knight to c4, and I guess Gukesh thinking with the black pieces, what is he going to do? Is he going to play queen to f3, bishop to a6, bishop to e6? What other moves are there? Amit Vishwa is in the chat. Welcome. Harsh asks, who's the in the upper hand right now? I'm pretty much a noob beginner. Yeah, so it's equal, right? A lot of engine moves here all suggest the same thing, 0.00, so very equal position, but there's potential for that to change. And Gukesh, with the black pieces, needs to decide what he's going to do. So if you are just joining us, one of the natural moves that maybe is something that an intermediate player would be able to spot is this move. Bishop to a6. Bishop to a6, what's the threat of bishop to a6? Let's pull this up on the big board. Bishop to a6 is threatening to capture the knight on c4 and removing the defender of the b2 pawn. This knight's doing a really important job guarding b2, because if the knight wasn't there, say for example, the knight did something completely insane, jumped forward, it would be mates in one. You play queen to b2, checkmate. So you don't want to allow that. So the threat of the bishop taking is serious. So let's do something not so crazy. Let's say, okay, I want to take control of the g file. I'm going to hang this pawn. Now big problems, because after bishop takes, if you take back, again, checkmate. So this is a very real threat. So how exactly does white deal with this threat? You can play rook to d2. And now the access that the queen had to the square would like to deliver checkmate to has been blocked off. So queen to f3, but now there's another threat that black has, and that is capturing the pawn on e3. And for the time being, it's great, because white's defending that pawn twice. But there's a big problem. Say, again, you don't want to lose your rook, so you play rook to g1, taking control of the g file. You can see the analysis, the engine reacting to that, because now black is threatening to capture. And you say, well, what's the big deal? I'm defending the e3 pawn twice, and it's only being attacked once. The problem is that if black captures the knight, it actually is a bit of a two birds with one stone situation, where you capture back with the queen, and now this pawn is hanging, because the queen has been diverted to the c4 square, because it needs to recapture after losing the knight. And when this happens, you can finally capture back, and black is just up a pawn. So couple of things to bear in mind here. They're not massively difficult to calculate, especially at the highest level. These guys are going to be able to see this and immediately realize, oh no, I know how to defend that. The way to defend that, rook to d2, queen to f3, and then simply, instead of rook to g1, rook to e1, over defending this pawn. And now this little combination is no longer a concern, because the queen can't capture at the end of the line because of the fact that the rook is defending. And it's still equal. Interesting little line there. Bishop to e6 makes more sense, developing it to the center. Yeah, I can definitely see bishop to e6. It basically allows all of the tactics of what we just described. All of the tactics that emerge from capturing the knights, putting pressure on the e3 pawn, threatening mates, yada, yada, yada. But it also means that if white defends perfectly, which is very, very likely, that the bishop is on a slightly more central square in terms of controlling this diagonal, whereas on a6 it's just controlling from a6 to f1. And I guess there's also some consideration that the a2 pawn is maybe a little bit weak. And there's no real reason if, for example, this knight moves to capture. But for the time being, we're not expecting the knight to move. The knight's going to stick around. All right. So we have that on the board. Well done, Shivam. You get some emojis for finding the winning move. We have bishop to e6 on the board, putting pressure on the knight on c4. And again, I think what we might find is Ding playing quite quickly still. I still get the feeling that Ding's in his preparation. I don't think that this move is a surprise to him, and it wouldn't surprise me if he moved pretty quickly. Might spend a moment or two. Let's see how fast he plays the next move. I think... Oh, there we go. We have a move on the board. Immediately responding with rook to d2. Chasing the queen away, saying, no, I'm not going to allow the queen to hang out on the second rank. And queen to f3. Immediately followed by rook to e1. Would be the expected continuation. Basically, no other choice from Ding's perspective. All right, so he goes for it. Feel free to vote. 15 votes in. Who will win today? Ding, Gukesh, draw. What do you guys think? All right, the market seemed to be liking Ding's chance in this game, and I think a big chunk of that has to do with the fact that he's moving quickly, he's playing confidently, and even though the engine's evaluation of this position is equal, it's worth mentioning that it's equal for now, and things can definitely change very quickly, as we saw in yesterday's game. So let's take a look. Back to the analysis board. All right, let me know where you're watching from. Another move, tough to understand, is waiting move queen to g2. All right, let's take a look at that. I'm kind of curious. So if we play queen to g2 now instead of this, actually, queen to g2 makes sense. Queen to g2 does make sense. Why? Because of the fact that now rook to d2 can't be played because you hang your rook on h1. So it's kind of saying, I'd like the queen to remain on the second rank. Still equal. But now you can play just rook h to g1 and say, fine, take the h2 pawn. I don't care. I don't care about material so much. And this is a very risky pawn to take if you're considering this from Black's perspective, because of the fact that if you capture the h2 pawn, then both of these rooks are going to sit on h1 on g1, and you're going to have massive compensation staring at these two potentially vulnerable pawns in front of the king. And that's exactly what the engine says. Just move back, queen to e2, rook d to e1, then queen to f2. And yeah, that pawn is probably not really worth it from Black's perspective. Anyway, we had something a little bit more conventional on the board. Rook to e1, exactly the line that we were exploring earlier. And now you can capture this knight if you like. Completely fine. And if we do have this line, we start seeing a little bit more in terms of the engine evaluating white more favorably. So I think Gukesh should realize that this bishop is actually quite valuable for the time being. It doesn't really benefit him maybe all that much from exchanging this very strong light squared bishop for white's knight. That said, this knight is also going to become potentially quite powerful. It has a lot of it has a lot of potential, let's say. I think part of the problem though for white is that you can't, I mean, I don't think you can jump forward, because it does just feel like you lose the a2 pawn. I mean, I don't think there are any tricks here. There might be. Oh no, maybe there are tricks now. Maybe there are tricks. No. No, I don't think so. Yeah, you have to be a little bit careful, but it stands to reason that Gukesh is going to say, okay, let's keep this light square bishop on the board. It's very well placed. Not hugely concerned about what this knight's doing for the time being. So if you don't capture, what else? Queen to h3. And then a4. Yeah, a4 makes sense. Just allowing this knight to free up, knowing that the a2 pawn is no longer hanging. And then h6. Think there are a couple of... I think there are a couple of lines where white has a small edge coming into the middle game. And it's difficult to see exactly how white can make a mistake that would result in Gukesh having an advantage. Yeah. Watching from Belgium. The real one's from Belgium. Awesome. Bruges. Is that how you say it? Hometown. That's great. What's the time in Belgium? Shivam says today is going to be a long game, I think. Belgium. I love Belgium. Says Skullbreaker. That's a pretty hectic username. Belgium. Belgian chocolate. That's what they're pretty well known for. I guess that's what I know them for because I quite like Belgian chocolate. I basically like any chocolate. 10:40 here. Okay, so you're just an hour behind me. It's 11:40 in Cape Town, South Africa. Got a pretty international audience here. Thinkers and Cosmos from Burma. No ways. I think that's the first time we've had someone from Burma. Got Australia, Canada, Burma, India. A lot of folks from India. Some of my friends watching also from Cape Town, South Africa, Burma, Belgium. I mean, this is awesome. Really nice international audience. It's so cool. You love to see it. I'm trying to remember some of the nationalities of the other people who usually watch on stream. Oh, beer. That's it. Oh my goodness. One of my favorite beers is a Belgian beer. What's it called? Oh, okay. I'll find it right now. Belgian beer is like, what is that one that I just love? I have it every once in a while. It's very popular. Stella. Is it Stella Artois? Stella Artois. Isn't that Belgian? Could be wrong. Yep, no, it is Belgium. That for me, on tap. Okay, so not in the bottle. If it comes out of a keg, that is one of my favorite beers of all time. I probably think that might actually be my favorite beer. So good. Neon Hills Music, welcome. Stylish jean jacket, mate. Thank you so much. Yeah, going for the denim today. Even though it's in the middle of summer, it's really comfortable and it's got this little lining, which I like. It's pretty cool. I might ditch it at some point if I start overheating. Oh wow, it's the 1st of December today. Yeah, so we're properly heading into the South African summer. And I guess if you're in the northern hemisphere, things are probably starting to get a little colder now, hey. Alright, Gukesh is pretty deep in the tank. 1 hour and 22 minutes. And it's probably one of the first times that I can remember that the deficit has been the other way around, right? Usually it's Ding who's struggling with the time management situation. But here it's Gukesh who's actually taking quite a bit of time. It's not a massive concern. Remember, we're almost at move 20. The players absolutely blitzed out the first 20 moves. So Gukesh can really take as much time as he needs within reason. And he should have plenty of time to play the remaining 21 moves. Stella beer, yeah. Oh man, it's so good. Happy to see Ding up on time. Yeah, right? Probably one of the first times that we've seen Ding up on time. But one thing I'll say about Ding, man, you gotta give him credit. He is seriously prepared. I think this is one of the most discouraging things when you're playing someone and they just fire out. I mean, 19 moves in a classical game, right? That's halfway, basically halfway to the 40 move mark. And Ding has spent less than 7 minutes. He is absolutely fired out this opening. And I think from Gukesh's perspective, that's always a little bit worrying. To be fair, I will say this, the last 4 moves or so, even if you hadn't prepared them, I think at the level that these players are, they are pretty easy moves to find. They're just natural moves. And in some ways, they're just forced. You can only really play one line. So now we're waiting on Gukesh to figure out, is he going to capture on c4? He's going to play queen to h3. Knight f to d8 is... Oh wait, there's... What is this? Oh, sorry, rook f to d8. I was going to say, there's no knight on the board for black. That would be interesting. All right, rook f to d8 could also be an option. And actually, I could see potentially Gukesh playing this, even though it allows... It does create a bit of an advantage for white. I guess the advantage comes from knight to d6. But then you are hanging your bishop, but you get this huge outpost. So bishop takes a2. But then the queen can capture on c6. So you're exchanging the a2 pawn for the c6 pawn. And now bishop back to e6. It just feels... Yeah, it feels a little scary. It feels a little bit scary allowing white to capture this pawn and also capturing the c6 pawn because of the fact that at some point, obviously the knight's here for the time being, but if one of these rooks... I wonder even a rook lift and then doubling the rooks at some point, putting pressure on the b2 pawn, just gets... Yeah, you just have to play quite accurately from white's perspective. That might be something Gukesh is thinking about. Rook to d8. Forgive me for not knowing what the reference is in today's thumbnail. Iron Man? Is it Iron Man? I hope that the thumbnail has been updated. Hold on, let me just check. Iron Man, and then it's from the first Iron Man movie, I think. Maybe it's not the first Iron Man movie, but one of the first Iron Man movies. Tony Stark as Gukesh and Mickey Rourke's character as I can't see the thumbnail. Why can't I see the thumbnail? Oh, here. That's edit. Yeah. Okay, so Gukesh is Iron Man. That's the idea. Who usually takes more time? The one who's in trouble or the one who has the advantage? I think on average, usually the one who is in trouble is going to be taking more time. I mean, that's exactly what we saw in game 3 where Ding lost. Because of the fact that his position was absolutely crumbling and it was so difficult for him to try and hold on. So, yeah, that's my opinion, but it's not always the case. It's not, but generally a rule of thumb is the person who's in more trouble. In a situation like this, because the position is more or less equal, it's probably more about who prepared more. So not necessarily who's in trouble, but if white has a very long line of theory prepared, which seems to be the case from Ding's perspective, then black might be the one who needs to try and spend more time over the board figuring out what the plan is. And coming up with some kind of response. Because you can think about it, if you've spent a lot of time studying a position and you've memorized just parrot fashion all of the moves and you have a pretty good idea of why while you're playing, then you're going to have the advantage because you're not going to have to spend as much of the time calculating as your opponent. Because you're going to have spent more time just exploring this position. So it doesn't surprise me that Gukesh is spending this much time, and it also shouldn't be that much of a concern to him either, even though the deficit between the two is starting to build up now. It might become problematic for Gukesh in the next, like, 10 moves if something really catches him off guard. But I think it's not a bad time to really consider what his plan is going to be with the black pieces. I think Gukesh might land up just saying, okay, I'm going to capture this bishop. Takes, exchanging bishops, and now rook b to d8. And this line offers the highest probability of a draw. And Gukesh will probably be okay with that, saying, okay, well, we exchange rooks, say, for example, takes. We can actually play e6 here. F takes, queen takes with check, queen to f7. And yeah, this is just going to be a draw. Check, king to e6. Very likely that this will just end up in a draw. And that might be quite attractive to Gukesh. But it might be the case that he's spending a long time calculating to see if there's something better here. The problem, I think, for Gukesh is that he might realize that there isn't because of the fact that Ding has played so quickly. So it's almost like you're trusting in your opponent's preparation. They've played so quickly. It stands to reason that White knows that this position is at the very least not worse for White, and that there shouldn't be any long-term threats. And if that is the case, then Gukesh just might say, all right, I'll try and see if we can liquidate into just simplify into a position where there are less pieces on the board. But we'll see. Maybe he wants to go for something more. Okay, Ding as Neo from the Matrix on game 4. Thumbnail was brilliant. Ah, thank you. Seems like Ding chilling once more. Yeah, for sure. Oh yeah, that was right. Was that game 4 or was that yesterday? What did I do yesterday? They're all starting to kind of merge into one thing with the thumbnails. Trappist beers, the real one says. I haven't seen that. Is that also a Belgian beer? Trappist beer. That sounds so good. Is brewed by Trappist monks. 6 in Belgium, 2 in the Netherlands, and 1 in Austria. What? That is so interesting. Alright, there's a beer that I need to explore. That's so funny. The idea of beer being produced in a monastery is quite fun. A little bit counterintuitive, but that is very cool. I'd love to try that. Oh, it was for game 5, actually. Okay, so that was yesterday. Yeah. Yes, that's right. Okay, now I remember. Because I had to replace the thumbnail from yesterday, and I remember it being The Matrix. Yeah, that was a fun one. I need to make a list so that I can make sure I don't accidentally duplicate ideas. So let's make a list of the ones that we've done so far. We started off with Bruce Lee. Okay, we also had Harry Potter. We had not Game of Thrones yet, so I still need to do that one. Today was Iron Man. Yesterday was The Matrix. And what else? 2 more that I have forgotten. I guess I can just quickly find them. My thumbnails. Still waiting for Gukesh to move. As soon as he does, we'll start doing some more analysis. Let's see. Name. Day 1, day 2. Oh, James Bond. We did that. James Bond. What was day 3? Oh, and Star Wars. Okay, cool. So we started off with Bruce Lee. We did Harry Potter, Iron Man, The Matrix, James Bond, and Star Wars. Yet to be done. Lord of the Rings. Game of Thrones. Really tapping into the fantasy genre. You know what I was thinking? But I think a lot of people would not get this reference. Is No Country for Old Men. That villain, Antoine. I don't know if you guys remember the coin flip scene. If you want to watch some amazing cinematography, go onto YouTube and Google the and search for the coin flip scene from No Country for Old Men. And I was thinking of doing the 2 characters in that, which would be quite funny. But I think that reference would be just a little bit too obscure. Gukesh down to 1 hour and 11 minutes. Neon Heel says that was a great film. Yeah, I enjoyed that. Real One says, yes, Trappiest. Am I saying it right? Is it literally just Trappiest? Are the strongest Westmaler... I'm not even going to try and pronounce that. Rochefort 8 Chimay, over 8%. Okay, 8% alcohol. H6 here, as an idea. For black to play H6. Yeah, okay. We finally have a move, guys. Let's jump over to the live players. I think Gukesh about to move now. Let's see what he shows up with. Oh, Breaking Bad! Yes! Breaking Bad! Now we're in business. Okay. Thank you. Didn't even think of Breaking Bad. That's so good. All right, we'll definitely do Breaking Bad. That's such a good idea. All right, so we had the move that we expected. The safest routes, capturing the bishop, and Ding again doesn't need to think. Just immediately recaptures back to the queen. And although there's a huge time deficit, there's not too much to be concerned from the players' perspectives. Mark, I really hope for your sake that this is going to yield something other than a draw, but it's looking a little bit drawish. That said, if Gukesh plays anything other than rook b to d8, white has an edge. But it's very, very likely that he would play this. Basically, when he decided that he was going to exchange bishops, so the moment he was like, okay, cool, gonna take, queen's gonna take back, he was basically saying, okay, it's fine. I'm okay playing for equality and not really doing too much with the black pieces. But there are still a few moves, accurate moves that need to be played before we can conclusively call this, okay, this just looks like a draw. We're not yet there yet. Let's say, for argument's sake, rook b to d8. Rook takes, e6. What? This is actually interesting. This is interesting because now white has to find e6. Otherwise, black has an advantage. Ooh. But this is also quite a natural move, I think. F takes, queen to f7. Yeah. If not, queen to f2 is also okay. Sorry, what am I talking about? Queen to f2. Queen to f2, threatening. Check on d2, picking up the rook on e1. So you have to be careful. First you capture. And basically forcing the queens off the board. Let's see if this happens. We'll keep an eye on things. Oh, Mark says, rip $280. No more Polymarket bets for me. Yeah, it's looking quite drawish, I'm afraid to say. But if, on the upside, we do have a draw, what would be quite cool... Oh my goodness, I just saw something. What would be quite cool, Mark, is we can do a bit of analysis of your game to finish things off. Hopefully that'll be like a consolation prize. I was just thinking here, after you capture, what about rook to f1? Is rook to... Oh no, of course, then you capture with check. That's a terrible move, yeah. You just take immediately with check and you're in a lot of trouble. If this move wasn't possible, say that the king was on b1, then this would be a very real threat. But I guess you could just move back to h5. Wait a moment, folks. Marco, we do have a little bit of an edge emerging with the white pieces. We do not have the moves that we expected. Hold on. Gukesh has played a slight inaccuracy by playing queen to f5 instead of trying to exchange. And now the engine seems to think that you can capture this pawn. And black is going to respond by recapturing the e5 pawn. So you give up the c6 pawn, but black gets the e5 pawn. And now queen to d5. Rook to b5 is a creative way of defending the queen. Capture, takes. And because of the fact that white has the one open file, the d file, it's actually white who has a little bit of an advantage here. And it's a bit tricky for black to get organized in a way to try and fight for this d file. So there is some compensation. And this is probably why Gukesh needed to start off by exchanging rooks on the d file, so that this counterplay isn't much of a concern for him. But instead, he started off with queen to f5 first. So we'll see if Ding responds by capturing this pawn, exchanging queens, and then taking control of the d file, and seeing if he can use that as a bit of a starting point to try and create a little bit of momentum with the white pieces. Okay. Oh, okay, I'm listening, lol. I think the bet that Mark has is that there's not going to be a draw, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right? Yeah, something along those lines. Neon Hills Music says, Javier Bardem played such a great villain. I agree. That was really, really cool. I feel like Din is controlling the game more so far, even the evaluation bar is saying so. Yeah. Well, now it's clear. Whoops. Sorry. Now it's clear that Ding definitely has an advantage with the white pieces. It's just about, I guess, asking the question, how do you turn that small edge into a big edge? I understand what Gukesh is thinking here. Gukesh played queen to f5, sort of discouraging this e6 business. Because of course, if you play e6 now, you just capture the queen. And also, it's kind of like a multi-purpose move. But it's just maybe a little bit of a misunderstanding of the position. And I would say this is where experience is quite important, and understanding the nature of the position is quite important, because when Ding blitzes out the moves, and this is from me not having the same level of understanding as either of these guys, but let's put that aside. Let's just think psychologically what's happened so far, right? Ding's blitzed out all of these moves. He knows this position seemingly inside out. He's prepared for it. He hasn't spent really any significant time. So far, we're at move 20, and this is maybe the first moment that he's taken a little bit of time to consider his options. In a position like that, would you try and keep some pieces on the board, knowing that it's very likely your opponent is well prepared and that white is definitely not worse? Or do you just say, I'm comfortable playing a boring game. Let's get the rooks off the board. I'm not interested in playing against an opponent that has quite definitely outprepared me. And by playing a move like queen to f5 and not offering an exchange of rooks, you're potentially creating some more possibilities for your opponent. So I think probably a case of safety first. But it's tricky. Gukesh, the reason why he's 2783 is because he hasn't just said, okay, fine, I'm going to play passively and accept a draw with the black pieces. It's because of the fact that he's played aggressively and he's not necessarily just gone for the easiest, safest route. So that kind of approach to the game can be a blessing and a curse. Okay, Mark says, I bet no draw. Oh well, I only put money into Polymarket that I was happy to waste anyway. Mark says I should have learned from the last time. Yeah, that's good advice. Don't bet anything that you can't afford to lose. Meanwhile, I've got Orange Essence going. Really nice. Oh, it's so good. I just have it on my desk and every once in a while I smell it. And it's quite incredible what it does. Peppermint. Oh, it just smells so good. And now I'm starting to feel like some Belgian beer. I haven't had like a drink of alcohol for a while now, so I think maybe when I do, it needs to be something special. I'll go for some Stella, or maybe I'll see if I can get some of that monk beer. What is it, monk beer? Something like that. All right, so for the first time in this game, it's Ding who's the one who's thinking about options. The best move from the engine's perspective is to capture this pawn over here on c6, right? Take the pawn, and then after pawn takes, queen's going to respond by capturing the pawn on e5, offering an exchange. And now actually there are a couple of options. You can play rook to b5, a weird way of defending the queen. Or you can retreat the queen to e7. Queen to e7 is interesting. And then I guess rook e to d1. And in both of these lines, whether you exchange the queens or not, it's white who has control of the d file. And that's very critical here. There's one open file, and that open file is controlled by white. And that is the slight edge that white has in this position. It's true whether you exchange queens. It's true whether you don't exchange queens. And the question is, can you make this very small advantage count for something? Rook f to c1. Sorry, rook f to c8. And I guess black's response is saying, okay, you can have the d file, right? But I'm going to maybe try and find a way of putting pressure along the c file. And how can you do that? Well, probably the best bet is to start pushing this pawn. You can't do it right now because, of course, it's hanging. Or maybe it's not hanging. But the idea would be, if you capture this pawn, maybe you can take control of the a file. I guess the queen just moves back, so it's still defending a2. But anyway, start pushing this pawn and try challenge the b pawn so that you create some more weaknesses. That's maybe where black's counterplay comes from. Also, you need to bear in mind that black might have some back rank issues if you start moving your rooks off the 8th rank, so you probably need to play h6 at some point. Did my first Scandinavian defense queen sacrifice checkmate today. I'm so proud of myself. Awesome. Such a fun line. And what I play the most anyways, I did not realize that annoying pin on the knight is actually a really dumb move. Yeah, Scandinavian can be quite interesting. It's not my favorite opening. I think I have like, if I go way back to when I first started playing chess, I really liked, you know, when I was like 800-900 and I was still learning the game, and yeah, I wasn't really that good. But I think I had some kind of trauma from playing the Scandinavian, bringing my queen out, and then not playing really any good theoretical lines. And just once the queen was out, I was trying to do some damage with the queen, and inevitably I probably trapped my queen and lost my queen multiple times out of the opening playing the Scandinavian. So I just stopped playing it completely with the black pieces. All right, we've got 18 votes and 28% say Ding's gonna win, 50% say Gukesh, and 22% say it's gonna be a draw. I used to hate playing against it always, the Scandinavian. Get someone who played it against me so I can relate to PTSD before playing it before, yeah. Skullbreaker says you're from England, right? I'm actually not. I just have maybe a bit more of a neutral South African accent. But maybe if I sound a bit like this, yeah? Now maybe you think, oh, okay, no, that guy, he's from South Africa, definitely. When you talk with like a South African accent and you drop that R sound, that really, you can hear now, he's a South African. But when I just talk like this, then yeah, it's maybe not so easy to tell. Yeah. White South Africans usually have those two accents. It's kind of like a neutral, or there's also sort of like a Durban accent, which is a bit like sort of surfer sound. I can't really do that accent very well, so I'm not going to try it on stream. But yeah, those are typically the two main white South African accents. But South Africa is extremely diverse in terms of cultures. Obviously, there's lots of different cultures that exist. There's Zulu and isiXhosa, and we actually have, what is it, 11? I think it's 12 official languages, which is the most of any country, I think. So, yeah. That is one of the great, beautiful things about South Africa. Diversity. Okay, so I think probably what Ding's calculating, am I going to capture this pawn or not? Engine seems to think you should capture the pawn, or you can play rook e to d1, which we're probably going to play at some point anyway. Queen takes e5, queen takes c6, and you basically just transpose into the same position, except you have control of the d file now. And actually, interestingly here, black can play f5, which is a little bit of a surprise. So you can force an exchange by playing queen to d5 check. Takes. But again, a similar problem. But I guess the thing that equalizes in this position, having played f5, is now you can play f4. And after takes, black has direct compensation because you've got the d file, but now the f file is completely wide open. And you can double on the f file. And if anything, black has this pass pawn that white has to be a little bit careful in terms of keeping an eye on it. But with the king quite close in terms of proximity, it's not going to be really that big of an issue. And I guess you just maybe play... Can you not just play here? This is... Oh, because you're allowing rook to f2. Okay, but then... Oh, yeah, that's a huge blunder. That's a huge blunder. You have to keep an eye on the situation. So basically, you need to stay on the d file so that you can defend against rook to f2 by playing rook to d2. Just guarding both of these loose pawns. Pawn on c6 helps the white queen not to be attacked. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. So if you capture this pawn, then yeah, it's true. These rooks can now start, you know, chasing the white queen away. But I think that that's actually, you can't play that now. You definitely can't play this now. Because after queen to d6, black has not been able to recapture the pawn, and black's actually just down a pawn. And you obviously you can't chase the queen away anymore because you're just going to lose after you sacrifice the queen with back rank mate. Maybe h6 needs to be something that black needs to throw into some of these lines. Yeah, so if white does choose to capture that pawn, really black's only response is capturing the e5 pawn immediately. You can't chase the queen away because it's just going to defend the e5 pawn and then black's going to be down a pawn. All right, guys, I'm going to quickly grab a glass of water. I'll be back in a sec. Hopefully I don't miss anything. All right, Ding is deep in calculation. Let's use one of our memes. I've got all these memes here on my iPad, and I haven't been using them, so let's use this one. Nice. All right, let's see if Ding can find this move. Probably the only way for him to proceed. Maybe he's looking for something more, but it's difficult to imagine exactly where that would come from. One move we haven't really looked at, which is also an interesting possibility, is rook to f1. Basically forcing the queen to take on e5 and then capturing on c6. But now rook b to d8, so not actually chasing the queen away, but offering an exchange now. And basically we end up having the line that we looked at before, but just a different order. Rook to f1. Yeah. Yeah, rook to f1, it looks cool. You're like, wow, I'm gonna start putting pressure on your queen, but it's just, it doesn't really go anywhere. Nothing exciting happens, fortunately. Rook takes, rook takes. Queen to c4. Yeah, that makes sense, because you're threatening mates. And if you did something like a5, mate in 3, this is a very puzzle rush-esque position. We're not going to see that. But queen to c4 is good. Does create a threat. And even if the threats... This is probably a good rule of thumb to remember, is that even if the threat is obvious, creating a threat can have kind of a long-term cumulative effect. Especially if the threat remains over multiple moves, because that's normally at a lower level in chess, normally where mistakes come, where someone's defending something, they've seen it, they've seen, okay, I need to defend f7, this is a scary threat, and, you know, they defend it, but then if the pieces stay in their current setup, and black isn't continually paying attention to the fact that the threat is ongoing, then it's easy to make mistakes. Mark, I'd love to give you advice, but then I'm going to be partially responsible for it, so I am going to keep my lips zipped. Because if I'm like, yeah, definitely take the draw, and then there's a win, then you're going to be raging. I actually have, to be honest, I have no idea what I would do in your position. So... All right, so that big tank that Gukesh spent thinking about what to do, the deficit's starting to shrink. And I guess, if not for takes on c6, I don't know what else Ding could be calculating. a4. How about a4? Let's take a look at a4. Queen takes c6. All right, let's try a4. Takes. Rook up to c8. Putting pressure. a4 is kind of an important move because also, as we mentioned before, if black's a pawn gets rolling, then we could see some weaknesses. There might even, wow, here, ooh, this is actually quite interesting. This is quite interesting. Say you play, Is there a sacrifice here? If you play queen to a6, this could be... Oh, no, I was going to say. Oh, you can just escape over here. And then... I was thinking maybe there's some lines where you can get something like this happening. The king can't escape via the b file, so it has to go to d1. But after check, your attack kind of fizzles. Nothing's really going on here. And having the queen on this diagonal helps. Yeah. Okay, so that's not legit. This might actually be what Ding's thinking about. a4 first, allowing captures takes, and then trying to figure out the legitimacy of a move like rook to c8. Is this a threat? Doesn't appear to be a threat at all. And this is just completely equal. That's really funny. Man, Ding looks really pained by this decision. He looks really pained, like he's... Maybe he feels like White has an advantage, but he's not quite convinced that it's as simple as just capturing and taking the d file. Hope Ding doesn't give away his time advantage. Yeah, I don't think he will. I think he'll probably make a move shortly. Yeah, again, I don't think this is a position that he's going to time out. It's just... It's much too simple for there to be any huge time concerns, unless one player blunders, which is unlikely. And this is kind of the problem when you have just less pieces on the board. In the simplest sense, there's less opportunities for complexity. If you have like a really busy middle game where lots of pieces on the board, lots of possibilities, that's where it becomes easy for players to miss things and make mistakes. But a position like this, it's not the case. And that's not to say that it can't happen, it's just less likely to happen. Okay, a4, say queen to a6, and then h5. Okay, h5. h5, queen takes a7. Rook takes b2. Whoa, there's a move for you. Rook takes b2. But now queen to d4. And things fizzle. Huh, that's hilarious. So what's the idea? Sacrificing your rook. Well, if you capture with the rook this way, then queen takes c3 is pretty disastrous. If you go this way... Oh, wait, what am I talking about? Queen recaptures the rook. Move back up. Rook to c1. And black is crushing. Okay, so there are some tricks here, but like it's not likely because of the fact that there are so few pieces on the board that we're not really expecting that. So if you take with the king... Oh no, not there. What was the line that we were looking at? Oh, it starts off with h5, queen takes a7. Let's do that. This is fun. All right, I'll bring this up on the big board. So one of the lines I was looking at is a4, queen takes on e5, queen takes on c6, right? Okay, so we have this exchange, run about the exchange. Then rook to c8, queen to a6, and I was exploring options around capturing this pawn, sacrificing the rook. It just doesn't work out. Because the king can escape by e2, no problem. But one thing that I didn't notice is that if after h5 you capture on a7, this pawn's hanging, now black can actually also sacrifice the rook on b2. And if you take, say, with the rook, you can capture with the queen and then recapture back the rook that you just gave up on e1 with quite a big attack with the black pieces. king to a2, for example, rook to c1. And this looks very, very scary from white's perspective. If instead you capture back with a king, also terrible because you can take king to b1. I guess you just capture on d2. And similarly, white's king is super exposed. So yeah, you have to be a little bit cautious. You can still capture after h5. So you say you play h5, you take on a7. Rook takes b2 now, you don't have to take back. And instead, the way to go is just to say, okay, cool. I'm going to play queen to d4. But now, okay, hold on. Oh, I was thinking, yeah. If you capture, then you can just take over here. You're just down a rook. So the best move here is just to capture the queen. Takes. You can't capture this pawn still because I'm going to capture your rook. Rook to b3 is the move. Rook takes e4. Rook takes, and after king to... Wow. Oh, no. All the king moves are fine. Okay, king to b2, you're fine. So, yeah, this is probably, again, an unnecessary complication that we won't see on the board, but it is one possible interesting line, even if it does just yield an equal position. Bro, you can review Game 7 and put it because I will go to school, please. You know what? I'm probably not going to... like, I was doing reviews of these games, but then there's just so much competition on YouTube. I mean, even for these live streams, there's so much competition. I'm just kind of doing this for fun. But yeah, I appreciate your enthusiasm. But yeah, it's crazy. Like, I post on YouTube some of the first and the second recap, and I got like 40 or 50 views, and I was just like, oh my gosh. It was quite time consuming to film them too, and after the games are over, I'm quite just tired and I want to relax a little bit. So yeah, I stopped doing recaps. But yeah, maybe I'll do sort of like a recap before one of the games on, I guess tomorrow's a rest day, maybe on Tuesday. We'll see how I feel. Kanishk is here. Welcome, Kanishk. Mark says, at least he is thinking rather than just resigning himself to a draw. I thought you just said, I stopped reading at just resigning, and then I realized, oh, resigning himself to a draw. Yeah, that makes sense. I was like, why would he resign? Yeah, so those are the three candidate moves. Pretty simple. Rook e to d1, taking control of the d file. Oh, captures on c6, captures on e5. And what was the line again? Rook e to d1. Oh yeah, hold on. Oh, rook e to d1? No. There's something else here. Oh, just queen to d5. Just offering an exchange, and then takes, and f5. And then here you play b4. Wow. And I guess what white wants to do heading into an endgame, this is kind of something I didn't look at so much. But I really think that Gukesh won't necessarily allow this. The big problem here from Black's perspective is that there is a real asymmetry to the pawn structure in this position, where we have like a 3 versus 1 situation, and then a 4 versus 2 situation. But one feels that white is the one with the initiative if you can get these pawns in particular rolling forward and get 2 pass pawns. For example, say you play a4 and you start doing some preparation to get these pawns moving and eventually exchanging the a7 pawn. It might be a case that you have 2 pass pawns, and while white is doing that, it's going to be kind of a race on opposite sides of the board. Perhaps. And I guess Gukesh might realize that this is not super favorable for Black. But he might not have a choice. I mean, this might all be forced. Because things playing with the white pieces, you have to take back. It's your only option. Into d5. Can you not exchange here? Yes, you can play queen to e7. Because taking and heading into this kind of endgame is just going to benefit white. So Gukesh will know that, and he'll say, no, let's keep the queens on the board for the time being, and I'll try and play a bit patiently. How are you doing today, Kanishk? Well, welcome. Hopefully your study session... I think you had a class yesterday. It was like a last-minute surprise class. How did that go? Hopefully it was a good one. Productive. All those good things. Queen to e7. What about queen to d7? Ah, okay. Queen to e7, queen to d7. Oh, that's actually quite creative. Yeah, because if takes, then you take. But you can defend this pawn pretty easily. Even play, let's see. Queen to c5 is also a move. Defending the a7 pawn. Centralizing the queen. Makes sense. But then queen to d5. Offer an exchange again. Queen to e7. We might just see a little bit of shuffling around. I don't think ultimately that white is interested in a draw at this point. But yeah, it's not too much of a concern defending the a7 pawn. Looks a little bit weak, but should be okay. It was quite boring. Like yesterday's class, for sure. Okay, Kanish, you just arrived, so I'll show you the one line that we were looking at earlier, which is not that boring. So let's show you this. This is kind of something interesting. Queen, what did we start off with that? Oh, okay. So instead of starting off with taking on c6, ding to move, he plays a4 instead. Hold on. Takes. Oh, there we go. He plays a4 instead, right? Let's pull this up on the big board. Starts off with a4. Black captures. White captures. Rook after c8. Okay, putting pressure on the c file. Queen moves to a6. And now some of the lines that I explored was sacrificing the rook, but this just doesn't work out because black doesn't have enough of an attack going to justify the rook sacrifice. So instead, what you do is you start off here with h5. Queen takes a7 because that pawn's hanging, seemingly. But now, black has the very surprising rook takes b2, sacrificing the rook in two different ways. You can capture back with the rook, or you can capture back with the king. If you capture the king, disaster, because you're not only going to lose the rook on d2, you're also going to walk into a situation where your king is super exposed. If you take with the rook, similarly, the queen takes, king to b1, and then you capture back again. So it's like a temporary piece sacrifice, but in both of these lines, black has an enormous edge. So, to be honest, it's possible to miss this. It's possible to miss this rook sacrifice because of the fact that it's being attacked twice. So this is the one exciting line that I found, and I was like, that's kind of cool. Yeah, it is pretty cool. So hopefully we see something kind of interesting along those lines. Guys, speaking of things that are potentially cool, I actually need your advice. So I'm trying to figure out whether this design, this chess design, is actually sort of viable. I'm not interested in like punting or plugging my merch because it's a small audience, but I am really interested in your feedback on the design, honest feedback on the design. Because, you know, I've showed my friends, some of my friends in my family, and they're like, oh yeah, it's kind of cool. But like people on the internet, they're much more like serious when it comes to critiquing. So go and take a look at my store and just look at the design and let me know what you think. Again, not interested in trying to like force people to buy my merch, but I am just curious about your opinion on the design and if it makes sense, because it's like a little position thing. I've got it up behind me, but you can see the image a little bit clearer in my Teespring store. So yeah, if you've got a second and you want to do me a favor, just go and let me know what you think and if there's maybe some way that I can improve it. Also the color scheme, like whether the actual image that I've overlaid works with some of the colors that I've chosen, I'm still like a little indecisive about. So yeah, some feedback would be super helpful, especially from people who actually like chess and not people who just think that it's like just a pattern or whatever. The store link, it's on my YouTube channel. So if you just go to store, if you go to like home, there's like different tabs, videos, live, shorts, or whatever. One of them is store, and then you can see it there. The problem I have is like the company that makes the t-shirts, the quality is so good. So I've got the one behind me. It's really, really good quality, which is nice, but it's just crazy expensive. Shipping is insanely expensive. I ordered some samples, and to get it here, I was just like, you know, it's fine if you're in the US, that's cool, because I think you don't have to pay for shipping, or the same amount for shipping, but it's just insanely expensive. So I wanted to look at different options in terms of trying to provide a more reasonable solution. You know, it's like $20, $30, which is just unnecessarily expensive. So yeah, I'm going to do a little bit of brainstorming to see if I can find some solution to that. But yeah, I just need some, 3,000 rupees. It's just crazy, crazy expensive. And the problem is like, I would obviously just lower the price, but the issue is that I can't. Like, I have to create a small margin, but the base price is already set. So if I say, okay, I want to make like $2 or $3 or $5 or whatever, that's fine. But the base price is already so high. It's like just a bit frustrating. But I'm not concerned about that. I'm more concerned about the design, and then I'm going to try and find someone else who can make it for cheaper. That's the plan. But then still maintain the quality. All right, we're still waiting on Ding. Mark says they are super expensive. You should try YoCall if you want to bring your prices down. That is my advice. Thanks, Mark. I will legitimately check that out. Yeah, it's my first like experience doing this kind of merch thing. I'm gonna type that in. Okay, my brother will kill me for 3,000 rupees, but blue hoodie is nice, bro. Okay, I'm glad that you dig the design. So the design, it's like under promotes. So usually, obviously, you want to promote to a queen, but the design is that instead of promoting to a queen, you promote to a knight, under promote, and then forking the king and the queen. And I just thought that would be like a kind of an inside thing for people who know chess. And if you don't know chess, then you probably won't appreciate it that much. Let me write that down. What was the place that you suggested? Oh, YoCall. Okay, cool. Thanks. Still waiting on Ding. It's crazy. This massive time difference that we saw has completely shrunk. It was like at one point like 40 minutes. I think it was down to like 1 hour and 12 minutes for Gukesh, and then Ding was at like 150. It was insane. And now Ding's the one who spent so much time thinking here. Not a big deal. They're 20 moves in. They need to get to 40 moves to get an additional hour, but yeah, for the time being, it's pretty cool. Mark says, I very much like the design. Awesome. Okay. That's the one thing I always trust about speaking to people on the internet, is they just give you the real deal. If they don't like something, then usually they have no incentive to just say, oh yeah, that's nice. Yeah, okay. So what I'll do is I'll spend a bit of time trying to figure out some cheaper producers. All right, are we going to see a move? Did we see a move? No, not yet. All right, I've got a feeling that Ding is going to move shortly. Let's jump to the big design. Okay, Kanish, please. Yes, I like the design, but I'll give a suggestion that the fork should be when the king and queen should be one file up, because then an under promotion actually occurs. Should be one file up. What do you mean? Oh, I think you're looking at it the other way around. Yeah, I see what you're saying. So if it's there. Oh, yeah. So I guess here's the thing, and maybe this is the ambiguity, is that the board is set the other way around, almost like you're playing from Black's perspective, and Black is about to promote moving forward 1 square. So maybe what I do is I just change the color of the pieces so that it's white to move and then a black king and a black queen. Do you think that would be better? Huh. That's a good point. Yeah. Yeah, I think that actually is probably the way to go. So the same design, but then we just swap the pieces around. So the king and the queen are black, and then the pawn is white. Would that make it easier to understand? I am kind of surprised that Ding has spent as much time as he has. It just feels like I'm kind of curious what line in particular he's thinking about. Whatever it is, he's obviously thinking super, super deep about the situation. And I think a big chunk of it is calculating what kind of situation may arise after queen takes c6. And specifically, if it ends in a draw, or ends in an endgame, what is that going to look like? All right, we do have a move on the board, and Ding has gone for the best move, the move that maintains an edge, and that is queen takes, and immediately we're going to see a response now from Ding, which is almost certainly just recapturing back with the queen. Finally, we've got some moves on the board. All right. I'm also kind of expecting Ding to play pretty quickly now, because once you commit to queen takes c6, then you should really have a pretty solid follow-up in terms of what line comes next. Although looking at his face now, I'm starting to think the opposite. All right, guys, we're at that time of the stream again where we're going to wrap things up in terms of the poll, and we're going to take a look at our next silhouette where you have to tell me. I show you the outline of a famous chess player, and you have to tell me who is that chess player. Yesterday was really easy. I think it was Membrane Potential who reminded me at the end of the stream, just before I finished, that I actually needed to give the answer to that. Just because there was a kind of a sudden draw yesterday, which I wasn't expecting, and then I forgot to reveal. I forgot to reveal who the outline of the player was, so I won't forget to do that today. Let's take a look. All right. This is the live board as it stands, and now you guys, here is the outline of our chess player today. Gonna end the poll, and I'll give you guys a few options to vote for. Da 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 da. Drunk Magnus. Okay, all right. Have I put in Magnus Carlsen as one of them yet? Anish or Fabi? Okay, you guys are giving me lots of options here. Let's see. Who is this? Question mark. I'm just making sure that the spelling is legit. Okay, hit it, folks. Those are your 4 options. Those are your 4 options. Who is this outline of? Is it A, Richard Rapport, B, Dina Belenkaya, C, quote, Drunk Magnus, or D, Andrea Botes? Those are your options. It's pretty hilarious because it could legitimately be any of those players. It could legitimately be any of those players. Mark Allwood says, I'm leaning towards Andrea Botes, but I know there was already a Botes in some of the previous ones, so surely not another Botes. Maybe another Botes. Who knows? Could be another Botes. All right, guys, we have the main line, which leads white to have, or at least maintain their advantage by playing queen to d5, offering an exchange. Mark says, screw it, I'm locking in Andrea Botes. Okay. We do have some more moves on the board. Queen to d5 has been played. And we're about to see Gukesh respond. I am 100% sure that we've seen that these players have considered this particular line, and Gukesh responds with the best move for black, but still it is white who has an advantage here. And I think if you had to give this position to Magnus, you might be very, very concerned if you're playing with the black pieces. But the question is, does Ding have the fight in him? Yesterday, he didn't show up quite as hungry, not my words, Susan Polgar's words, with the black pieces, but let's see if today he's ready for a fight. So queen to e7, and now rook e to d1, and h6. Those would all be possibilities from both white and black's perspective. Got 5 votes in so far. Of those 5 votes, 2 people think Andrea, 2 people think Dina, and 1 person thinks Richard Rapport. No one thinks Drunk Magnus. Come on, guys. Queen to f5 would be a move here. And then a6. It feels interesting to consider a5 here. As crazy as that seems. Just saying, I'm going to play a5, I'm going to play a4, I'm going to play a3, I'm going to try and break down these pawns, I'm going to put a rook on c8. And yes, the queen can capture the a5 pawn, but then I play rook to a8. And I guess queen to d5, defending. But there's some compensation here, right? There's some serious compensation here. You have a lot of heat on the d file, but I'm going to try and maybe take control of the a and b file. I'm going to see if I can put pressure on white to go for an attack. Kind of a possibility here. The engine wants the safer route, and that's to play a6 first. I mean, what does a6 actually achieve? I guess it's saying, well, I can still play a5, but maybe preparing a move like rook to b5 so that I can double the rooks. That would probably be an explanation for a move like a6. a5 seems very risky because if the attack fizzles, then white has a 3-on-0 majority. Now that is a very good point. Yeah, a5 is very risky. Make no mistake. a5 is very risky. Giving up this pawn, absolutely. You've got 3 completely passed pawns, and you need to make sure that you have compensation. So, yeah, I think the more that I spent considering a6, it makes more sense because of the fact that you can get that same attack on white's queen side by doubling the rooks in the b file, but you can still play a5 later. You don't have to give up the a pawn, and maybe it's not particularly clear how. It's funny because this position, in terms of the engine analysis, is the same as whether you sacrifice the bishop or not. Sacrifice the pawn or not. So if you play, you play a5, queen takes, rook to a8, and then queen to d5. The engine evaluates this, okay, slightly better, but not that much better. We do have a move on the board. Let's take a look at this awesome overhead shot and see what exactly is Ding going to come up with. Wow, he moves his queen forward. He moves his queen forward. Now, that is a surprise. Again, offering an exchange of queens. And it has to be said that this may not have been the best move. The engine still thinks that white has an edge here. But I think Ding is trying to play as cautiously as possible. And he probably realizes that white is still doing fine whether the queens come off the board or not. This might just be a way of mitigating risk from white's perspective. Basically saying if the queens come off the board, very, very unlikely that if this game was played 100 times, that in any of those games that white would lose. Would be rare that white loses. But out of 100 times, maybe a few handful of those times, white has a chance to win. So it's kind of like a risk-free approach, trying to get the queens off the board. And queen takes d6 is the best move for black. We're going to capture back. f5. And now, okay. What else can we play here? King to c2. King to c2 is kind of a natural move. Stepping forward. Maybe it's not that natural, actually. Queen to c2. King to c2. Queen to h4. All right, so instead of exchanging, queen to h4 here. All right, so if you play queen to h4, you're attacking the rook on e1. But now rook e to d1, and white is still taking control of this d file. Say, what do you want to do here for black? Maybe actually that's quite cool. Queen to h4. But I think from Gukesh's perspective, I guess, look, if he wanted to exchange queens, he would have done so already, right? So it stands to reason that if Ding offers another time an exchange of queens, he might say, well, no, I already considered this and I don't want to exchange queens. So queen to h4 could be the way forward. Oh, sorry, we can't see the analysis board. My bad. So just to take a look again at that line, Ding has just offered an exchange of queens by playing queen to d6. Yes, it's true. You can accept this exchange. Play f4. White is going to have great compensation in the d file. It appears that black might want to play f4 and take control of the f file and possibly try and get the e pawn rolling. Alternatively, Gukesh could play queen to h4, but we actually do have a move on the board. Let's take a look at what he plays. All right, instead of queen to h4, he's played queen to g5. Queen to g5. And in response to this, it is possible for white either to play queen to d5 or rook to d5. Both of those are possibilities. Queen to d5, is this a little bit more forcing? No, not necessarily. You can play queen to g6, still defending the e4 pawn. And then just follow up with rook e to d1, kind of consolidating on the d file. But yeah, it's difficult to see for the time being. I think things will start changing once we see some more pawn moves. The one benefit about having the queen on d5 is that it is preventing f5 from being played. And f5 is kind of an important move for black, to make sure that they're guarding the e4 pawn and also have some sort of counterplay potentially if, for example, white decides to start moving these pawns, which also still feels quite risky with both queens being on the board. Tricky. Shivam says Gukesh wants the game to continue. It would appear so. All right, let's take a look. We've got 7 votes so far. Who do you think this is? Is it Richard Rapport, Dina Belenkaya, Drunk Magnus, or Andrea Botes? How well do you know the world of chess? Yeah, I thought I'd throw Richard Rapport in there and a couple of girls because they all seem to have similar hairstyles. I think we can all agree, and I can say this as someone who's heterosexual, that Richard Rapport is probably, you know, one of the more handsome men in the world of chess. It's got a bit of a like a Viking aesthetic going. If they trade queens, it's kind of guaranteed draw. No, not necessarily. I think it still benefits Ding if the queens are exchanged. But yeah, the engine doesn't seem to mind too much whether the queens stay on the board. I think maybe you're right. In practical terms, yeah, if the queens come off the board, it is more likely for there to be a position that's drawn, but there's still something to play for. What about rook to d4? Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that. I was actually thinking about that. So if we play rook to d4. Oh, wait. Hold on. Rook to d4. Let me get the position up to where it is right now. Okay, we have takes. Rook to d4 can't be played yet because black still needs to play. But let's say black does play queen to g6. Rook to d4 is met with... Wow. Can you play queen to f6 here? Queen to f6. That's really interesting. Just basically hanging this pawn. And the idea is if you take, huge problems. Huge problems with queen to f2. So this is a fun one to keep an eye out for. Let's pull this up on the big board. So Mark asks, what about a move like rook to d4? So say in this position, Gukesh to move, he decides just to move back to g6. So quite a natural move, keeping an eye on the e4 pawn. And you say, okay, cool. Well, I'm going to attack this again. Obviously, you can defend it by playing a move like rook f to e8. Now it's being defended twice. It's being attacked twice. But black has another very creative way of defending this pawn. Well, it's not really defending it, but it's creating huge counterplay. Is that if we play rook to d4, he can actually respond with queen to f6. And if you take this pawn, there is the absolutely devastating queen to f2, attacking the rook and also threatening check on b2. So you play queen to d2. And now queen takes, king takes, and then the rook jumps in and captures the pawn on b2 with check. And after the king moves, you capture another pawn on a2 or maybe not. Engine wants to capture on h2, I imagine. Yeah. And Gukesh is up a pawn. So there are a few tricks here that you have to watch out for. All right, we do have a move. Rook endgames are so tricky. Definitely. I spent quite a bit of time. I've been going through doing some endgame practice, like trying to checkmate with a bishop and knights against the king, trying to win an endgame where your opponent has a rook and you have a queen. So it's king versus rook versus queen. King and rook versus queen and rook. And then rook endgames when you're up a pawn, they're amongst the most complex endgames. And what's incredible is that there are grandmasters that play these endgames, and you look at the analysis and the evaluation bar, and it's just jumping all over the place. They're just blundering every third or fourth move because of how incredibly complex these positions are. Especially when there's a slight advantage. Yeah, it becomes really, really dicey. All right, so we do have a move. Okay, after again offering an exchange, we have a repeat of the position. Gukesh moves his queen back to e7. Now, will we see queen to d6 again? That's the question. Polymarket is hating Ding right now for trying to trade queens. The man's got no heart. Oh, it's difficult to say. Look, it's tricky. It's a tricky situation, but I wouldn't say he's got no heart, but I just think you're right in the sense that he needs to go for it. Like, he's got the white pieces now. He can't get stuck in this kind of repetitive play. He needs to try and turn this small advantage into something more. We've already seen it happen before where he had a similar advantage according to the engine, a little bit of an edge with the white pieces, accepting a draw. He cannot do that now. This is not the time to accept a draw. It's completely risk-free position in many ways for white. Maybe not completely risk-free, but it's certainly the risks are less for white than they are for black. Bargov says, play queen to h1. Queen to h1 is not possible as of right now. If you are just joining us, take a look at this silhouette. Let me know. Who do you think this is? Is it Richard Rapport, Dina Belenkaya, Drunk Magnus, or Andrea Botes? See, how well do you know the world of chess? We've got 8 votes in so far. I think we've got, what is it? 3 votes for Dina, 3 votes for Andrea, 2 votes for Richard. No votes for Drunk Magnus. All right, it's been a somewhat exciting game so far, just in terms of some of the cool little sidelines that we found where there have been some sacrifices. But in terms of what's actually been played over the board, nothing groundbreaking or life-changing yet. All right, folks, back to the board. Ding about to move. And I can tell you now that if he does, all right, he does go for queen to d6, repeating the position. And immediately Gukesh responding, queen to g5, and I think we might see a draw. Wait a second. Wait a second. Wow. 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 All right, guys. We have something to report for sure. It was the third time that Gukesh, all he had to do was bring his queen back. He repeated the position twice. Ding repeated it 3 times, but instead of responding in kind, Gukesh instead played queen to h4 and just saying, I'm not accepting a draw. I'm playing for something more with the black pieces, which is very, very surprising. He just said, no, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. We can't play this way. And we have to give credit to the young Indian. Even though he doesn't have an advantage in this position, he's saying, I'm here to play chess. I'm not prepared just to accept a draw. This isn't how the game should be played. We need to try and see if we can find something better. And you got to admire him. I mean, this could either work out great or not work out great. We'll see. He wants to play a little bit longer. I know this is giving this question mark sign for black. I wouldn't read too much into that. Rook e to d1. Sorry. Rook e to d1. That would be the best possible move for Ding. Would be the move that allows an advantage. And we do see it on the board. So, for better or for worse, Gukesh has said, no, I'm not prepared to accept a draw. But that does mean that Ding gets to play this position with a small advantage. And it's completely possible that this could come back to bite Gukesh, but you have to admire his bravery and his heart. For sure. Final boss Gukesh. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. I was not expecting that. When I saw the position repeating a few times, I was like, okay, it's going to be another draw. Going to have an early game. But Gukesh is like, nope. Marky's here. We've got both Marks in the chats. What's up, dog? Welcome to you. Why don't we do a quick little recap of the game so far, if you're just joining us. We had a London system out of the opening from Ding. And let me tell you something about this opening. It was absolutely blitzed out, like steamrolled out by both players. First, like 11 moves, a lot of theory, it would seem, from Ding, a lot of preparation. We had an exchange, quite an interesting situation where white has allowed black to capture the g2 pawn. We have castles allowing black to continue capturing, pick up the f2 pawn. And now there was a very creative decision by Ding in order to defend this e3 pawn that was also hanging. So there are a couple of options. You could play rook to e1. That was the game that we had found in the database of master games. But instead of that, here, Ding comes up with another clever way of defending the e3 pawn by capturing. Yes, you've got these awkward doubled isolated pawns, but you are defending the e3 pawn with the queen, allowing the queen to stay in the central position. Rook to b8. And another very important move, knight to c4. Defending the threat of mate in 1. Of course, you've got to be very careful if you say, oh, this pawn's hanging, you're going to get mated immediately, so you can't do that. Instead, we have knight to c4, defending the b2 pawn. And then very cleverly bishop to e6, trying to remove the defender so that you can still set up mate. But, of course, Ding is no fool, attacking the queen and removing the pressure on the second rank. And the queen steps back to f3, attacking the rook on h1. You have the rook moving to e3, and this, e1. And this is a really important move. Why? Because here, the queen is threatening to capture this e3 pawn. Even though it's being defended twice, in just one move, it can be defended 0 times. For example, instead you play rook to g1, putting pressure on the g file. Now bishop takes, queen takes, and this pawn is hanging. So, no big mistakes. We have rook to e1 over defending this pawn, allowing this exchange to take place, and now with the rook on e1, defending the e3 pawn. Had an offer of a draw by threefold repetition, but then Gukesh was like, nope. Gonna play queen to h4. And this is the position as it stands on the board. Gukesh, just having played the move g6, which is quite interesting. And we are live again. Yeah, Mark, arriving at the right time. There's your little summary, just for you. Okay, so now if you're playing with the white pieces here, black has just played g6. What does g6 actually do? I guess it's a reasonable way of developing a pawn, pushing a pawn forward. It does create weaknesses on the dark squares, but that's not a huge concern for black right now, especially considering that black's queen is on the dark squares. Also, maybe considering this move, sorry, h5 at some point. For the time being, black can't play f5, and I think after playing g6, maybe black is content with the fact that playing f5 is not really going to be a move that they'd like to play. f5 in this position looks good from a pawn structure point of view, but in terms of your queen, obviously you can't play it now because of the pin, but in terms of long term, playing f5 might not be that attractive for black at all because of the fact that it exposes both of these diagonals, which would just be very risky and maybe unnecessary. If the queens come off the board, then definitely we would expect a move like f5. But with the queens on the board, maybe if you want to make some progress with the pawns, pushing h5 is fine. And here, white would respond with, say, king to c2. Queen to h3, attacking the e3 pawn. And you just capture. Oh, okay, so you can't actually play that. This is strange though. Or can you? Let's try this. Okay, queen takes e4. Queen takes e4. And now we have a double attack on the e3 pawn. But queen to f4. That's kind of a clever solution. Into h3. So actually it's better to start off with queen to h3. Let's do that. We play king to c2, queen to h3. Now attacking this pawn from this direction. And now the idea is that after you take, you can't defend by offering an exchange of queens because you can just take. So for example, takes rook b to e8. And then after the queen moves to, say, d4, now you can capture back and there's no problems. Same idea, but just better execution. Setting up for f5. Yeah, f5, as I mentioned, at some point, if the queens come off the board, probably f5. We have the nice connect 4 situation. Very strong pawn structure, but with the queens on the board, you probably don't expect to see that. All right, other moves. Not king to c2. Let's try c4. c4 saying, okay, what is the identifiable advantage that white has, apart from the fact that we have all of this heat on the d file, is the fact that we have the pawn majority on the queen side. And if we have a pawn majority on the queen side, it stands to reason that we should try and make that pawn majority count, starting off with like a move like c4, which you can always support later on, b3. Even a move like rook to c2, maybe moving the king across to b1 and maneuvering one of these rooks. All possibilities. So I think the options for white are just numerous, and the options for black are a little less. Okay, Kanish says I have a really cool line. Let's take a look. Queen to h6 move. Okay, I'm going to take a look at this in a moment. But we do have a move on the board. All right. Ding has just played queen to e5. which is an interesting move. Basically saying, okay, you've played g6 and you've given up control of these dark squares, or you've just opened up some holes in the position by playing this way. I'm going to slightly improve the position of my queen. And at the same time, I'm going to be keeping an eye on e4. So if your queen ever moves anywhere, I can capture here. But I guess, I mean, you can still play rook b to e8. And now queen to a5. Just moving back. Creating threats. So basically every move, white just wants to create threats. Let's head over back to the chat because we did have a cool line from Kanish. Sorry, I didn't show the analysis board there. It wasn't that important. But let's take a look at Kanish's line. So we started off with queen to h6. Okay, so what was before queen to h6? Because I need to make a move for white first. So let's say g3. Okay, so c2. Queen to h6. All right, on the board. Random move. Okay, well, the random move does mean that we're going to hang this pawn. You wanted to play... Oh, queen to g7. Queen to g7, rook takes b2. Ah, okay. So you want to get queen to g7, rook takes b2. Queen to a1. Check. King to d2, rook to d8. Okay, so you're basically trying to set up like a sacrifice where we have rook takes on b2. Earlier, we were discussing the viability of this move in a different line. Because of the fact that, of course, as soon as the rook captures with check and you take, this becomes very vulnerable. And this is a very reasonable idea, provided that you have the rook on c8 first, so that you can get these kind of pieces nice and coordinated. But unfortunately, there's plenty of time for white to kind of get organized in order to defend these kind of threats. Okay, just play any move other than king to c2 or queen to d5. All right, let's play, say, king to b1, I guess. I almost don't want to play anything else. That's the problem. Also, a lot of the moves in your line, like, let's see. What else would you play here? Just king to b1. That immediately neutralizes any advantage that white has. Rook b to d8. Wow. Is this possible? Oh, you're exchanging the queen for 2 rooks. Takes. Rook takes. And then king to g7. And then we have an endgame with 2 rooks against. Yeah, anyway, this isn't the line that you were looking at. Just play any of the... Okay. Oh, it doesn't work. Yeah, well, look, it's something to keep an eye out for because, I mean, we have noted that this position has, almost like thematically, it has some kind of rook sacrifices that could be lurking. So, especially if we are able, from Gukesh's perspective with the black pieces, to play rook to c8. But, yeah. We'll have to wait and see exactly what happens. In terms of this position, though, after playing queen to d5, black to move, this move queen to h3 is still quite a clever move because of the fact that you're attacking the e3 pawn, and if you capture the e4 pawn, then immediately you can just attack the queen, and it's kind of like an X-ray attack where you're attacking the e3 pawn. Ah, Swastik 004 is back from my test. How did it go? Welcome. We've got 9 votes in for the outline of this chess player. Who is it? Is it Richard Rapport, Dina Belankaya, Drunk Magnus, one person says, or Andrea Botez? Those are your options. Let me know what you think. We are waiting on Gukesh to move. We're on move 30, so both players have around 50 minutes or so to make 10 moves. 5 minutes a move should be plenty. And this position is more or less equal, but Ding is the one who has an edge with the white pieces. And it's more of a positional edge than like material. So often we can look at a material edge where you're up a pawn, for example. But this isn't a material edge. This is a positional edge where white is slightly better. And my explanation for that is because of the fact that white has control of the D file and also a pawn majority. We're about to see a move. Let's jump over to the players. Swastik says, I pulled a Dinglerin on my test, played accurately at the start, but spent too much time early on and made inaccuracies later. However, managed to salvage a decent draw. I'm glad to hear that. Mark Orwood says, my wife is about to go to bed. When will we do the reveal? That is she is slightly invested, but not that invested. Okay, I'll tell you what. I'll give you guys, say, 3 or 4 more minutes, and then I'll do the reveal. We can even do it now. I don't want you to have to wait and get tired. So, 9 votes, you guys. I'll give you 1 more minute and then I'll show you who this is. Is it Richard Rapport, Dina Belankaya, Drunk Magnus, or Andrea Botez? This is your last chance to vote. And then we'll do the reveal. I make her wait. It's okay. No, it's fine. I don't mind. All right. I'm going to end the poll in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Let's take a look at the answer. We have 9 votes. Of those 9 votes, 33% say Dina Belankaya, 33% Andrea Botez, 22 say Richard Rapport, and 11% say Drunk Magnus. Here is the answer. Dina Belankaya. Really like her. She's a lot of fun. It wasn't Andrea Botez. I'm sorry, Mark. Unfortunately, you didn't get this one right. I had to start kind of going into some slightly more obscure chess players. But she's kind of well known. She's a streamer, commentator. I've seen her around. Definitely a solid player. Mark says, damn, I had a feeling because you did the other Botez last time. Oh my gosh. Awesome. Okay, let's head back to the game. So we do have a move on the board. Gukesh responded by attacking the queen first. And I think this is quite clever because you could set up first queen to h3, allowing the queen to take. But I think Gukesh wants to try and keep some of this material on the board, especially this advanced e-pawn. So he first attacks the queen, and it's kind of a 2-for-1 move, right? You're attacking the queen on e5, but you're also defending, kind of prophylactically defending the e4 pawn. I mean, it is being defended, but you're over-defending it, which makes sense. Queen to a5. would be an expected move from Ding, because now you're creating a new threat, saying, okay, instead of attacking this pawn, if the queen ever moves away, now I'm just outright attacking the a7 pawn. And you can play queen to h3 now. And now we start to see the benefit of starting with rook to e8. This is that if you capture, you can capture the e3 pawn, maintaining this semi-advanced e4 pawn. So for example, take on a7, I'm going to take on e3. Oh wait, not take on e3 because my queen hangs. You don't want to do that. So first we start with rook to a8. And I guess now the idea is that the queen can no longer come to e5. Before we were looking at the sacrifice of the pawn, but the queen could come back to e5 and defend the a2 pawn. But now after the queen moves to say d4, you can capture on a2, and that's how you get your pawn back. That was a little bit off the mark on that one. It's gonna happen. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. I was looking at the 96% and I was thinking, what's 96%? Is it the play? Is it the game so far? But then I realized you guys were talking about exam results. But actually, out of interest, speaking of the results of the game so far in terms of accuracy, so far, for those interested, Ding with the white pieces, 98.6% accurate, and Gukesh with the black pieces, 97.9% accurate. So these guys are definitely playing at a very, very high level so far. All right, we're going to get rid of Dina. Thanks, Dina, for playing. Okay, so far, these are the players that we've looked at. I'll have to choose some new ones. We've had Dina Belankaya, Hikaru, Kasparov, Levy, Pia Kramling, and Hans Niemann. Those have been the players that we've had so far. Swastik 004 says, do you think Ding can convert? I think if he does, it's going to be a very, very long game. And I think the truth is we might be here for a while. This game might go on for a very long while. I would imagine that it's imperative that he starts off with queen to a5 first, because this is the move that maintains that advantage. But it feels like one of these situations where you have to play very engine-like for a long series of moves, and even then you're not guaranteed to win with the white pieces. That's provided Gukesh plays equally accurately. But if Gukesh makes a mistake, which is also not out of the realm of possible, then things could collapse. But if I had to guess, I would probably still say draw. Skullbreaker says chess is harder than maths and science. Yeah, well, yeah, I would agree. I think the problem with chess is that, like, you go through these spells of confidence when you're winning and you're like, oh my gosh, this game's so easy. Everyone's so bad. I just have to play, you know, this one opening, or I just have to play kind of semi-accurately and then I'm just going to win all my games. But I don't know about you guys. You can let me know in the chat, but I'm very much a streak player. So I can go on these horrible losing streaks where I just can't win a game. And then I have the opposite happen when I just can't lose. And I find that very frustrating because trying to find consistency, I mean, and we see it even at the top level. Ding's a perfect example. Trying to find consistency at the highest level in chess is even harder. You know, unless you're Magnus Carlsen, a lot of these players that come up through the ranks and peak over 2800, it's so difficult to maintain. And Ding is walking proof of that. 27, 28, it wasn't that long ago, just a year, 2 years ago, he was up over 2800. And it's just had really bad form over the last while. So it's a really frustrating game in terms of performance because of the fact that you're basically just one move away sometimes from having a great result or having a terrible result. Kanish says, my mood really affects my games. Oh, sorry, let me head back to the players board. My mood really affects my games. I can play above my level, and then at the same time, in a bad mood, I can play really, really bad. Yeah, definitely. I feel that way too. I feel like on my worst days, like if I'm playing really badly, like now, if I'm having a really bad day, I will play like 1800 level. If I'm having a really, really good day, then I'm playing like 2100. And that is a very big difference. You know, if you play a lot on a bad day, I've had it before where I've lost like 150 rating points or 100 rating points, maybe not 150, but like 100 rating points in a day just from playing a lot and just losing because I'm just not in the zone. But that's also kind of the excitement of chess, that you can wake up one day and just be feeling good and have excellent clarity, spot all the tricky tactics, and come up with some creative brilliancies. That's the beauty of chess, that's something that's possible. And also the fact that you can have a David and Goliath situation where you're playing someone who's really good and then you're able to beat them, which is like maybe the most satisfying thing in chess, is playing against someone. I think one of the most satisfying wins I've had in my life was a series of unrated games that I had played. So I was like maybe 1950 at the time, and I played against this guy who was 2400. And we played 6 unrated games. And the first game I beat him, which I was shocked. I was so happy. I was like, oh my gosh, I've never beaten someone 2400. This is incredible. So the second game was a draw. And then he started with the comments in the chat, and he was saying, he was being really insulting, saying like, you suck. I'm not even concentrating. That's why I lost the last game. You're terrible. Like, I'm going to crush you now. Just accept the rematch and I'm going to destroy you. And I was already like, okay, cool. Like, I got lucky maybe. And we played 4 more games and we drew the next one. So I'd won the first one. We drew the second and the third. Then he beat me. So that was 4 games. And there were 2 games left. And then I won the last 2. And he raged like I've never seen anyone rage in the chat. It was the most delicious, satisfying moment of my life. Well, not of my life, but definitely of my chess career. It was incredible. And that is my claim to fame. And then he carried on asking for rematches. And I was like, no, I'm done. 6 games. I beat you outright. I don't want to play anymore and then have a losing record. But it was really fun. I think he was just, why was he toxic? He was just upset. He was super upset with the fact that he had lost to someone who was like 1950 and he was 2400. So I think that was it. And what was horrible is he was probably just not having a great day, but like, you know, stop playing then. You know, if you're not playing well, just take a breather. But yeah, he was just, he was tilting. That's the right word. He was tilting and he couldn't stop playing. He wanted to carry on playing. He wanted to beat me. And I was just like, after 6 games, I was like, I know that if I carry on playing, I'm going to start losing against this guy. So. Swastik 004 says, my losing record was from 1850 to 1200. Whoa, that's insane. Yeah, that is a big swing. Was that in like on chess.com, like standard chess? That's huge. That's a huge swing. All right, I've got a couple of comments. Sean Wang, I haven't seen you in the chat. Welcome to you. Queen to c7 works, I think. Unknown Monster, also welcome. All right, Queen to c7. Interesting. Let's try Queen to c7 as an option. Follow up with Rook to e7. Oh, Rook to e7 is a little... It's kind of a tricky move that's actually quite difficult to spot from White's perspective. Okay, you're threatening the a7 pawn. You can just play h5. Oh, h5 and ignore it. Interesting. For the same reasons that we discussed before. Rook to a8. Say queen to d4, and then you capture on a2. So you will, in a roundabout way, be able to regain this pawn if you give it up from Black's perspective. But this is also a creative way of dealing with the threat of queen takes a7 is actually rook to e7, which is being supported by the queen. Nice geometry from black's perspective. And then you just, what do you do with your queen, I guess? You have to stay, oh no, you don't. You can actually just come back here and exchange queens. Takes. But then, yeah, this is looking also a lot like a draw. And the little edge that you had with the white pieces is, maybe it's gone now. But yeah, I think it's a good try. Queen to c7. Mark Orwood says, yeah, I noticed the same. Lately, I've been playing really well from focusing on trying to improve rather than worrying so much about the win only. That's actually a really, really good approach. I think it's difficult to separate those two things from happening. And it's very noticeable when you have a game that's at a high level and you still lose. You look at the analysis and you're like, I played at like 85% or 89%, but I still lost. Those are the most frustrating games. But it's also encouraging to say, okay, my opponent played insanely well. They just had like, you know, a 1 in 100 game against me. Maybe makes it a bit easier to accept. All right, we do have a move on the board. I've had actually a couple of moves on the board. I think maybe I've just missed a few. Let's back up. All right, so we have this line queen to g3 without starting with queen to c7. Immediately queen to g3, offering another exchange. But Gukesh still very stubborn, very, very stubborn. A good kind of stubborn, I would say. Not accepting the exchange. Remember, he doesn't have the engine open. I think if he had the engine open, he would probably be comfortable exchanging queens here. But as it stands, he's happy to keep the pieces on the board and see if there's some kind of advantage to be played for black. Skullbroker says, bro, for me, 500 elo is hard. If I lose, my angle will come outside. Yeah. That's the other thing that you have to really be in control of, is that if you're playing a lot and you do find yourself just getting angry, I've experienced that many times. I also definitely tilt. I usually, if I'm tilting, I'm just trying to make sure that there's no one around to see it. I just get so irritated if I lose a game. But it's definitely worth mentioning that if anything, whether it's chess or anything else, is affecting your mental well-being and your mental health, it doesn't mean you have to just say, I'm never playing chess again. It just means take a break, you know, take a breather, get away from the board a little bit, do something else, find something that's maybe less stressful, that is also enjoyable, go for a walk, get out into nature. All of those things are good ways of unwinding. And then inevitably when you do decide to play chess again, that competitive spirit comes back, and yeah, mentally you're just maybe in a healthier space, that if you do lose a few in a row, it doesn't affect you in the same way. Skullbreaker asks, bro, at which age did you start playing? I started playing when I learned the moves when I was like 8, 9, but then I didn't really like play regularly. I played like once in a while, like maybe 3 or 4 games a year against like family members or whatever. And then I started playing online seriously when I was like 19. And yeah, since then I got really addicted to online chess. I was just like playing non-stop, doing crazy stuff, sacrificing pieces, just having fun. And then I realized I had a little bit of a knack for it. So I was never like master level or anything like that, but I realized I understood the game maybe better than some of my friends that also liked it. And I noticed I had a bit of a talent for it. But then once I got like to around 2000, I just hit a ceiling, and I've kind of not really progressed much since I hit that point. So I kind of hover around that elo rating. And I think to get any better, I'd have to put in a lot more time than I'm probably willing to put in. So instead, I get my chess fix by creating content and streaming, making YouTube videos, which is a nice fun outlet to be able to enjoy chess. So Rook to d5 is an option. Rook to d5. Rook to d5. Queen to e2. Queen to e2 is a bit of a frustration. I guess it's also threatening to play rook to b8. And I mean, you can actually just bring this rook back, chase the queen away, queen to c4. I guess you are achieving something here. Rook to d4 maybe? Queen to e2? It's moving back. Yeah. Starts getting a bit repetitive, I guess. Engine likes queen to f4, now giving winning chances to white. Can you analyze these moves? All right, let's take a look. Oh, queen to f4 here. Yeah, you're right. That looks like the... Or b3. These are the two top engine moves. Okay, we have a move. Let's see if it's b3 or queen to f4 on the board. We're about to see a move from Ding with the white pieces. Let's see if he opts for either of those moves. And you're right. That is the move that manages to maintain an advantage. Let's take a look and see if we can find out why. Queen to f4. Staying on the dark squares. Also keeping an eye on the e4 pawn. Nice and central. Assisting the rook with guarding the h2 pawn. What else does this achieve? Let's say queen to b5. Okay, so the queen just jumps to the other side of the board, and now b3. Wow. Okay, so I think at this point, it starts becoming important for white to try and make this pawn majority on the queen side count, right? It's kind of the safest spot for this to happen. I guess you want to play something like king to b2. Maybe not. Maybe you're also slightly concerned from white's perspective about a move like a5. a5 and maybe the rooks start getting organized. But I guess white also has counterplay on the king side by playing h4. I mean, you can't play h5 now because of the fact it's also possible that black responds with h5 first. The downside, though, is that this pawn is a bit of a weakness, e4. So you can't yet play rook to b8 because of the fact that this pawn hangs. The real one says, I was 1824, then I started to travel more than I should, and I moved away from chess. That is a very respectable rating. 1824 is awesome. I think when I first started, like, I just wanted to get to 1200. That was it. If I could get to 1200, I was like, man, I'll be like the bee's knees. So, yeah, I think the average person, like, if they can know the rules a little bit, the average person's like, yeah, I mean, in some instances, as low as like 300 or 400. Just knowing how the pieces move. I was doing a speed run. I think I was like playing against people who are like 200 or 300. And yeah, the amount of blunders that you see at that level, every single game, there will be a blunder. So the blunder likelihood is like 100% in every game. And then as you start going up in rating, the likelihood that your opponent just hangs a piece, it starts to go down and down and down. And then you actually have to stop playing for a victory. I love how there's like a full-on discussion of like different exams. This is awesome. we're learning about chess and we're learning about which exam is easiest and hardest. All right, so Ding has played queen to f4, which someone pointed out before is definitely the best move. Black's response here, queen to b5 is an option. We already looked at that briefly. A lot of queen moves. Queen to e5 is even a move. Again, offering an exchange. But this time it would be black offering an exchange. And actually, this would not be that good for black. So it would be extremely ironic that if Gukesh does decide, okay, maybe it's time for me to exchange queens, which again, I think is unlikely. That would be the only time that it really wouldn't be on his own terms. And it wouldn't benefit him. All of the other times that there was a queen exchange offered, it would have benefited Gukesh. Shivam Shah says, whenever I tilt, I start playing bullet. Yeah, I think if you want to get chess tilts out of your system, just go play unrated bullet games and just go crazy. That helps. Or go into like Lichess. If you play all of your games on chess.com, just go into Lichess and play on like a different account. Lichess always makes me feel good because my rating's elevated. And especially their bullet rating. I think when I went on there the other day, my bullet rating was like 2300 and I was like, what is going on? But then I realized that Lichess is so inflated with certain ratings. But then my standard rating, my blitz rating was kind of more similar with my chess.com rating, which was weird. All right, guys, it's snack time. I'll be back in a sec. All right, we're back. What did I miss? I think I have not had a single time where I've come back from taking a break and someone's moved. Oh my goodness, except for right now. It was meant to be. We do have a move. Is that queen to b5? Looks like it. No, queen to a5. Queen to a5. Wow. Queen to a5. What's the deal with that? Queen to a5. Attacking the a2 pawn. And now we've reached a situation where there are a handful of ways of defending this. You can play king to b1, or you can play a3. Everything else is garbage, apparently, which kind of makes sense. You need to defend this pawn. So we have a3 on the board very quickly. And now the bull is back into Gukesh's court. 36 minutes on the clock for Gukesh. He has a slight time advantage over Ding. They're on move 31. They have 9 moves. 36 minutes to make those 9 moves for Gukesh. 32 minutes to make those 9 moves for Ding. Skullbreaker says, bro, can we drink some tea? Actually, I want some tea. Now that you've said that, that's how easily influenced I am. I actually want tea. I'm gonna go boil a kettle. Okay. Kettle's boiling. That's how impressionable I am. Someone just says the words tea, and then I'm like, I need to have that. Making myself a kratom while watching already. Had my tea. What is that? What does that word mean? I think just from chats, I've realized how uncultured I am. Oh, it's herbal medicine. I've never ever heard of this before. Southeast Asia, indigenous in Cambodia, Thailand, Indonesia, Malaysia, Myanmar, and Papua New Guinea. Herbal medicine. Oh, opioid-like properties and some stimulant effects. Is it legal? No evidence that is safe or effective at treating some conditions. Chronic pain, opioid withdrawal, recreational purposes. Interesting. Maybe I have heard of this before. Well, I gotta go and study. I'll join again later. Kanish, thanks for joining. Have a good one. Good luck with your studies. Moherzad Mystery says, yep, just made myself some masala tea. That sounds incredible. I'm making myself some rooibos tea now. And today's snack of the day is a protein bar, Pro Nutro chocolate. One of the most popular brands in South Africa, Pro Nutro. They started off making breakfast cereal and then they pivoted to making protein bars, which I think is like a common theme wherever you go. Someone suggested rook to c8. Yeah, rook to c8 could be a viable strategy. The question I guess I have here is now, if you play rook to c8, isn't the e4 pawn hanging? But are there some threats around? No, there can't be. Maybe, no. This seems just insane. h4 is the best move for white in this situation. Wow, this is actually so cool, guys. Check this out. How cool is this? I was thinking, okay, if you play rook to c8 and now you capture, I think there might be some kind of threefold or compensation here. B takes c, queen takes c3 check, queen to c2 check. Oh wait, no, it's not that. It's check down here on a1. Queen to b1, and then we get threefold repetition this way. So this would be a ridiculous way to draw the game. I don't think Gukesh is going to go for this. After the many opportunities he had to trade queens and try and get into a completely dead endgame. But maybe his thoughts have changed. We'll see. But yeah, by accepting this pawn, you're essentially forced into a draw. You can't really do anything else unless you want to just go down a pawn. You have to sacrifice the rook. Takes, block. Yeah. Draw. Interesting. Mark says belongs to the same family as coffee, but yes, opioid-like properties. And no, not in Australia, but in a lot of US states and other places, yes. Oh, that was answering whether it was legal or not. Interesting. Okay. Very interesting. Oh, sorry. Unknown monster. Audio's off. No! All right, I'm back. Sorry, guys. I was giving my little sales pitch of Fresh Pack Rooibos. This, if you come to South Africa, this is the most popular, one of the most popular teas that we have here. Rooibos tea. And comes in lots of different flavors. You can get ginger, chamomile. I think they've even got like berry flavored. And the nice thing about it is that it's free of caffeine. So the other tea that's quite popular is Ceylon tea, 5 Roses Ceylon tea in South Africa. And usually if you are going to someone's house for dinner and you finish dinner, they'll offer tea. And then they'll say, do you want Ceylon tea or do you want Rooibos? And these are the two options. And Rooibos is really nice because you can have it black or you can have it with milk. And it contains antioxidants. And yeah, it's pretty delicious. Can you guys hear me? Hopefully now. Oh, cool. Sweet. Thanks. Awesome. I'm just not talking into the void. Kind of feels like that. It's a little bit. Someone was asking me that the other day. They were like, what does it feel like you're streaming? You're just talking at your computer. But I didn't feel that way. Just from the discussions that we've had chatting with you guys, I actually feel like I know quite a lot of you, which is cool. Mark says he's $20 in profit now. Nice. Okay, so A3 is kind of mandatory, which we already have on the board. And now rook to C8. Rook to c8 always is going to feel like a concession for Gukesh, because he knows if he plays rook to c8, he's basically accepting that there's going to be a well, accepting the possibility of a draw. But now it might be the case that Ding is like, no, I'm not playing for a draw. I want more. So queen to f2, just ignoring the hanging pawn. And now the threefold repetition is obviously not a thing. If you sacrifice your rook, b takes, queen takes, sorry, queen takes on a3, rook to b2, queen to a1 check, king to c2, queen to a4 check. Can you just, oh, you can't go king to b1 because your rook on d1 hangs. Is this not a perpetual? Guess rook to b3 to a2 feels very perpetually with the rook hanging on d1 if you play king to b1. a4 to c1, a1. Yeah, this looks like it would be a draw as well. Okay, so maybe it's possible that if Gukesh, I wonder if Gukesh plays rook to c8 in all lines, just make any move for white after rook to c8. Is it even preventable? I guess, can you, what about queen to f6? Say, queen to f6 now, I guess this would be the way to prevent the rook sacrifice. And try and carry on playing. All right, we're getting down to the final stages of the opening time controls. 25 minutes on the clock for Gukesh, and 32 minutes on the clock for Ding, and just 8 moves to be played. So they have plenty of time. They don't really need to worry too much about time, provided nothing crazy happens in the next few moves. Sweet. Thanks, guys. Thanks for the updates on my mic. Mark is experiencing the real-time problems of a gambler. When to cash out? Oof. Definitely better than you than me. Okay, so if Gukesh doesn't play rook to c8, what else can you play? I guess queen to b5? Just kind of pivoting. Rook to d7. a5? King to b1. And rook to e6. Wow. Rook to e6 is quite a cool move. I guess it's like a rook lift. Threatening to play b6. I legit feel like a gambling addict based on my behavior last week. I'm not, though. It really is money I can afford to lose. Okay, well, that's good. Yeah. That was the one thing that I actually like watching Hikaru's stream, but the one thing that I was really glad that he did is that he was at one point streaming gambling on Twitch or on Kick because of the fact that they were paying him an enormous amount of money. And I felt like that was really just not good form. Mostly because, look, if you're an adult, you know, I believe in capitalism, you should have the right to do whatever you want within reason, so long as it's not affecting someone else. But Hikaru's audience is also quite young and impressionable. And generally I would say that advertising the kind of gambling that he was doing, which is like really the lowest of the low, it was like slots and stuff, I was not impressed. But to his credit, he stopped doing that pretty quickly after he started, so that was good. But the thing is, The problem though, and I probably relate more to sports betting than to just outright gambling, which I don't understand the idea behind like slot machines where you're putting money in and you're getting 70% or 80% on your money on average. You're just throwing away equity for no reason. But with sports betting, you know, I understand it a little bit more because of the fact that you have skin in the game. It makes the experience more exciting. I still am against it, I guess, if I'm pressed, but I understand it a little better, if that makes sense. You're just like kind of ramping up the excitement a bit more. Mark Orwood says, completely agree. I had a mate that from 18 years old to pretty much now at 30 threw his life savings into slots. I always thought it was just so boring. You know, it's interesting, Mark. I watched a documentary on I think it's the pokies, the poker machines in Australia, and how massive an issue that is for gambling and creating these kind of social problems in Australia. And I found it super interesting. I was like, whoa. I couldn't believe how much of an impact it had, because we have it here in South Africa, but it's not quite as prevalent, I think, as it is in Australia. Just from the documentary. I've never been to Australia, but from the documentary, it seemed to suggest that it's a big problem there, gambling. And I think it's become much more of a problem worldwide. I've been seeing like videos on YouTube of sponsorships from like Stake and all sorts of other gambling platforms where they're saying that it's becoming more and more of an issue. Okay, so if we play rook to e6, rook to d4's move, to b6, threatening mate in 1, which you would like to avoid, and then just rook to d2, defending. And I guess the difficulty in terms of making progress here for black is the fact that this rook is tied down on f8 defending, because this is the counterplay that white has. All right, so we actually have this on the board. We have queen to b5 on the board. Mark says, yeah, majority of people are not interested in it, but I have to agree that some people go extremely hard on them here and just lose everything. Yeah, that's always the thing, right? With addictions, it's like there are some people that like, oh, okay, they kind of dip their toe in the water, but then for other people, it's not like that. The experience is so enticing that there's no moderation at all. It's just all in. And that's really where you have to be very, very careful. They just ignore the statistical probability of them losing over time. It's a problem, yeah, for sure. Skullbreaker says, finally, my phone charge come to 96 from 30%. That is one of the most satisfying feelings, I think, that one can experience, is having a fully charged phone. As someone whose phone is perpetually at like 5%, it's one of the most enjoyable things, looking down and seeing that it's fully charged. Yeah, okay, so the move queen to b5, let's just back up. Queen to b5 now. Yeah, I guess the idea is you're putting pressure on the b2 pawn. Obviously, it's being defended twice, so that's not a huge concern right now, but it might become a concern as soon as this rook moves from the second rank. Especially if you have rook to b8 on the board. But still, difficult for black to realize any serious counterplay. Rook to d4. is the response. Just ignoring that for the time being. And then h5. Rook to d2. What's really nice about this position, having the queen on f4 from white's perspective, is that you're preventing black from infiltrating, even though it's not entirely clear if it's that much of a concern for black to play queen to f1 check. If the queen wasn't here, you just move forward and then, I mean, what are you going to do? They're all kind of like false threats. All right, the time is ticking away a little bit for Gukesh now. Remember, 18 minutes to play 7 moves, which is still plenty. But the quality of those moves, that becomes very important, especially when you are defending, and especially when your opponent is the one who is pressing. The quality of those 7 moves is almost certainly going to be affected somewhat as the time diminishes for Gukesh. But once they get to that 40 move mark, they get an extra hour, 30-second increment. All right. So we do have a move on the board. Let's take a look at that being played live. All right, we had rook to d4 from Ding, and Gukesh responds with queen to e2. Mark says, even though I will be happy for myself if Ding wins, I will be upset for Gukesh. I feel like he deserves it more. Yeah, I don't know, to be honest. I mean, looking at Gukesh's performance, I think if I said overall, like his level of play, say the last 6 months, I would agree. But in terms of his level of play over this World Chess Championship so far, with the exception of Game 3, which I think he really did play brilliantly. Yesterday, he was a little bit shaky. In the first game, he was a bit shaky. And yeah, if anything, it seems Ding is the one who is in the driver's seat in this game. So yeah, we'll see. All right. So queen to e2 on the board. You can just move back with a rook if you're playing with white. Just force the queen, say, to c4, even back to b5. Let's put it on c4. Then I guess you just play rook to d4. Queen to e2. And then king to b1 if you don't want to repeat the position. And yeah, white is just looking solid. That's probably the best description. White is looking very solid. Mark says, wow, $124 now is looking like it's not as likely to be a draw, or should I just take the win now? Yeah, the ball is very much in your court. I probably, okay, I'll give you my recommendation. I'll probably just cash out and take the money. Made a bit of a profit. Could still be a win for Ding. But if the one thing I would say, peace of mind, knowing that you don't have to stay up until the early hours of the morning in Australia watching this game unfold. You can just cash out and take your profit, probably. Rook to d2, king to c2. Yeah, so that's an idea. Oh, the thing that I was looking at is capturing here. Rook takes, queen takes, but then queen takes on h2. So we've been seeing this. This is kind of like an interesting situation that it keeps occurring in this game, where there's a way to win a pawn, but by winning that pawn, you give up another pawn. So here we have queen to e2. You're attacking the e4 pawn twice. Takes, takes. But now queen takes on h2. And it's a very, very interesting situation in terms of an endgame, where it's massively imbalanced, lopsided. Black has all these pawns on the king side, white has all these pawns on the queen side, but essentially just equal. So unless white would like to just give up the advantage that he has by keeping the pieces on the board, he could capture that e4 pawn, but Engine doesn't want him to. We probably don't want him to, because that would result in a draw. So let's put the rook on d2. Queen to f3, offering an exchange. And I guess queen to g5. Still keeping an eye on the e3 pawn, but not accepting the exchange of queens, because Ding doesn't want to ever accept an exchange of queens unless it benefits him. And then, all right, now we can throw in a check. This is what I was talking about before. The check on f1 doesn't really do anything, right? You just step forward. And yeah. Now what does black do? Queen to e1. What's the point with queen to e1? I guess is it's kind of similar to almost a move like queen to h3. Yeah. Yeah, it's difficult to see exactly what black's plan is, and I guess that's reflected in the engine analysis. Okay, so Gukesh now needing to decide what he's going to do with his queen. After rook to d2. Rook to d2. You can throw in a check first. Yeah, this is definitely turning into a long one. Very, very long game, this. 15 minutes left on the clock for Gukesh. And he has 5 moves to get to that checkpoint of 40 moves. And we've got a Christmas themed mug today for the first time. Why? Because it's the first day of December. 'Tis the season. All right. So rook to d2. If not queen to e1 check, what else can you do? Queen to f3. We already looked at that. Queen to a6 is also a move. Huh, but now you can capture. Takes, takes. Queen takes. h5. Yeah, this is just completely unnecessary. So basically 2 moves. Offering an exchange of queens. Or we're going to throw in a check first. King to c2, and then... Oh, we can even play rook to b8. That's interesting. Rook to b8, and you're really hanging this pawn now. Queen takes e4. And a5. That's weird. Now Ding's just basically up a pawn. So... Okay. Mark says, damn, back down to negatives now. Should have sold. Yeah, it happens. All right, king to c2. Maybe it's better not to throw in. Maybe, hold on, let's see here. I guess this is the way to go. Playing queen to f3. Because I'm starting to worry that now, with the rook on d2, I'm not necessarily going to be able to hold on to this pawn without trying to offer some defense. g5. h1 check, king to c2, then rook to b8. Yeah, this is actually a really complicated position. My head's starting to hurt. That's when I know it's complicated. We're up to nearly 4 hours in today's stream. All right, we have the move that I expected, queen to f3. And now Ding needs to figure out what he's going to do with his queen. The live pictures of the players. All right, 23 minutes on the clock for Ding. And we're not very far away from move 40. It's kind of one of those situations where both players might be calculating the next 3 or 4 moves. And basically have a line in their mind that's kind of concrete. That they're going to make a decision about. And then just double check it when they get to the move that they've calculated. So the clock isn't going to be too much of a concern. Got plenty of time. Unknown Monster says king to c2 anyways. All right. Okay. What is the move on the board now? Oh, okay, so we play king to d2, bring the queen up. And do we want to step forward with a king? Does this actually benefit us in any way? I guess it could do. Queen takes f4. E takes f4. Still a bit of an edge for white, but it's hard to know where that edge comes from. Because of the fact that black can just play f5, and then again we have this 4 in a row, and if anything, you know, black has the potential for a pawn break. It's just difficult to convert this pawn. Can easily defend it for the time being. Although, maybe there's some concern about moves like h6, g5, then having several passed pawns. But while that's happening, maybe it's white that can get it organized. Yeah, tricky. Tricky. Well, there was an opportunity for a draw. When was that? How many moves ago? Here on move 23. And Gukesh was like, nope, I'm not prepared yet to make a draw with the black pieces, which was a little surprising. I think another factor that might have informed this decision by Gukesh was him thinking, tomorrow's a rest day. And because tomorrow's a rest day, I don't mind playing a long, protracted, drawn out game of the black pieces if there's an opportunity for me to try play for a win. But the problem is with this position, it's difficult to imagine black ever winning this. And I think that's the issue. Anyway, as it stands, this is the position. We have the queen on f3 offering an exchange now. Now Gukesh is offering an exchange. And it might be the fact that Ding is saying no. Now I'm the one that's going to decline a queen trade. C2. F5 and then rook to G2. Oh, rook to G2 is probably quite important. Discouraging H6, G5 business. Rook to F2 is a move as well. Huh, that's an interesting idea. Rook to F2, you say? Now you just trade. Queen takes. Can either take with a rook or the pawn. Let's take with a rook. Nice double attack, but now F5. And we get kind of a similar position, just with the rooks on different squares. And this is a completely drawn position. Yeah, it's actually, now that I'm starting to look at this, it's possible that if the queens come off the board, a lot of the lines that we've looked at when the queens are off the board, it's much more drawish. So it's very important for white to maintain the advantage to even C4? That's interesting. C4. So it's kind of like accepting this exchange. Yeah, but you can see once, like in all of the lines that the engine realizes the queens are off the board, then it just is like, what is white actually doing? What is white actually playing for? Very equal. Can play E3 here. That's cool. Rook to E2. Now F5. Whoa. Can't I just take? Oh, I guess you've got a plan if I play rook to D3. And I guess your plan is rook to E4. Yeah. now if I take, you can take my pawn. Or actually, you can take with check. Well, this is even worse. This is actually way worse. Rook takes c4 check, and then capturing the pawn. And then you're down a pawn, and you're going to lose. Okay, so that's quite a creative try, actually. This is quite a creative try for black, is to push this pawn. Yeah, let me just show this on the analysis board. This is a fun one. Okay, so we have this potential queen trade. c4 is a move. It's almost like preparing for an endgame where the queens are off the board, right? Trying to build up some momentum, get these pawns moving. But now just black says, okay, I'm going to trade. Takes, and black has this very sneaky move, e3. e3 is really counterintuitive because e3 means that the pawn on the e file is no longer going to be supported by f5. So you play e2, rook to e2, and now f5. But now after you play rook to d3, you have a double attack on this pawn, and it's impossible to defend this pawn, except for the fact that this rook can jump to e4. Now if you take, you're in a lot of trouble because black's rook takes with check, and after you move, it takes a second pawn. And now black is up a pawn in an endgame that black is almost always going to convert. Skullbreaker says, finally my phone charge goes to 10%. I think are you meaning 100%? Because it was at 90%. I feel like I need to do some yoga, stretch out my spine. I might actually do that just now. All right, so if you don't play c4, what else can you play? Queen to g5 is a move. Ding down to its last 15 minutes on the clock. 15 minutes on the clock. Queen to g5 is certainly a possibility. Then queen to f1 check. King to c2. And queen to e1. Keeping an eye on that e3 pawn. And basically saying this queen can only do so much. It needs to be careful about giving this up. And the problem with this e3 pawn is that white actually has very limited resources in terms of defending the e3 pawn. Because of the fact that the pesky e4 pawn is guarding the d3 square. So you'd love to play rook to d3. Of course, you can't do that. And for the time being, there's really no way of defending the e3 pawn other than using your queen. Which means that the queen needs to stay either on the third rank or on this diagonal. Or on this diagonal, provided the rook's no longer there. So, yeah, this is actually quite clever. It's almost tying down white's queen. All right, I'm sure we're going to see a move shortly, so let's jump to the live board of the players. Ding seems very close to making a move. There are a lot of moments where these players are actually looking at each other, which is quite interesting. I mean, most of the time when you're playing chess, you're kind of looking at the board, but occasionally it's nice to look at your opponent and get a sense of how they're feeling. Are they feeling tired? Are they worried? Is there something about the position that's making them anxious? And we do have a move on the board. The move is king to c2. Definitely something that we were looking at. Unknown monster, that's your move. King to c2 immediately. Allowing this tension, but I think now it's time for Gukesh to say, okay, I had a good run. I need to be careful here. Maybe I just need to exchange queens. Queen takes is definitely the best option for black. E takes f, f5, and you have a very nice pawn chain. And this is what we were saying. We're going to get f5. f5 is not that alarming of a move, provided that the queens are off the board, right? So this is what we need. We need this setup. And Gukesh can make it happen just by exchanging queens. And if he does go for this, and we get this very pretty setup, nice chain of pawns, it stands to reason that there are some lines where actually it's Gukesh who might have an advantage. All right, we have a move. We're about to see possibly an exchange of queens. Let's see what Gukesh goes for. Things are starting to heat up here. He does decide to take, and it feels like Ding's advantage has evaporated along with those queens leaving the board. Queen trade on f4. And I would be kind of surprised. The most natural move in this position, if you gave this position to someone who's like 800 elo, they would say f4 looks good. And f4 indeed is on the board. Pretty cool. If you would have played f4 for that one move, you would have played like a grandmaster. Not just any grandmaster, super grandmaster. Pretty awesome. All right, we've got f4 on the board. And I guess there's still quite a lot to play for both players because of the imbalance in terms of the pawn structure. Black has a king side majority, white has a queen side majority. And both are going to be trying to use those aspects of their position to their advantage. And it becomes a little trickier now. In fact, there's only one move for Ding in order to maintain a tiny advantage, and that's rook to g2. Rook to g2, I would also say, like to point out, is not a super weird move. Putting the rook on the same file as the king and making sure that a pawn break is not yet possible. You have to do a little bit of work to make this situation happen. But what he hasn't, he's actually played h4, which I guess almost serves a similar purpose. We have h4 on the board. And now if Gukesh can find king to g7, that actually creates a little bit of an advantage for black. So why exactly is that? I guess king to g7, b4. All right, and this is exactly what we expected, where both sides are trying to rush their pawns towards promotion, right? King to h6, interesting. King to d1, rook to d1, then king to h5. Wow, king to h5. Oh, I see the idea. I see the idea. It took me a while to click. I think the idea here, this is pretty cool. Let's take a look at this analysis board. All right, so if we look at this move h4, Gukesh can do something pretty ambitious now. And the idea is moving forward with your king. And if you have the king on h5, right, you can set up h6 and then g5, presumably, with the support of the king on h5. I think that might be the idea. Because if you can get rid of these two pawns that are sort of disrupting black's potential in getting these pawns rolling, I mean, you just need two connected pawns, right? Then you're in business. Two connected pass pawns are so dangerous. And I guess this is the way to try and make that happen. Get the king on h5, see if you can play h6, and then set up g5. Takes. And then you get rid of the f4 pawn. The two rooks behind the two pass pawns, it becomes very dangerous. Interesting. And one wonders if this is what Gukesh is thinking. Mark says, well, that's depressing. $112 straight down after the queens went off. Yeah. Oh, nobody was buying when you were trying to sell. Ah, that's unfortunate. Yeah. Okay, well, I guess the question now remains, once the queens come off, definitely the chance of a draw is much higher. There's no doubting that. King to g7, rook to d1, king to h6, b4. I want to play this out a little bit. King to h5, king to d2, rook to d8. Oh wow, rook to d8. King to e3, rook takes d4, c takes d, to b8. And d5. Takes h4. d6. Rook to d8. d7. And then h5. Finally, you get h5 to happen. b5. Look at this. This is just like a pure race. It's pretty cool. Now h5, I would have never guessed. I guess you can't go for the pawn break then. Yeah, I guess the king's kind of too vulnerable now. I was going to say g5. g5 is okay. Takes, h takes, and now you've got these three pass pawns. The issue is because of the fact that the d7 pawn is so advanced, you can't really do all that much in terms of getting these rolling. As soon as you play f4, you're going to give up one of these pawns. But from having played these before, look, maybe it's just something that happens at a lower level. But these kind of endgames, I've played a lot of these kind of endgames, and most of them result in someone making a mistake. Obviously, at Super Grandmaster level, that's a lot less likely to happen, but it can happen, even though, you know, the engine's like, oh, it's 0-0-0. As soon as there's an imbalance, it does create some kind of potential for things to go wrong. But it's just difficult because of the fact that when you have two incredibly strong players playing against each other, the likelihood of that happening is obviously much, much lower. Okay, we have e3 on the board. Wow. Hold on. Okay, maybe we just head over to the live. Unknown Monster says, what if Ding played rook, first rook to d7 and then h4? Let's just back up. What? Rook to d7? Oh, rook to d7. Okay, got it. Ding plays rook to d7 and then h4. Yeah, that could make sense. All right, we're about to see another move. This is a bit surprising. This is a little bit surprising. Oh, okay, he's actually just going... Oh, he played rook to e7 to defend, which is interesting. So we looked at this position before, rook to e2, and we were like, well, we don't really need to worry about the pawn on e3. We don't need to worry about the pawn on e3 because the fact that the pawn on e3, if white decides to attack it twice by playing a move like rook to d3, we simply have rook to e4, attacking the f4 pawn. So let's play king to g7 as a waiting move. Rook to d3, just allowing rook to d3. And then immediately rook to e4. See, so if you choose to take this, the difference in the line that we looked at was, in that line, c4 was on the board. And you don't want to give up the f4 pawn is actually very, very important. Very, very important because of the fact that it's keeping these three pawns in line. If that f4 pawn drops off, then suddenly there's the option of this kind of pawn break, and then you've got another pass pawn that you need to deal with. It gets a little bit dicey before h4. So let's just back up. So takes. So the idea was rook to d7, But here you can play g5. So this is the issue with the move like rook to d7. So you want to play rook to 7 before h4. Let's take a look at the big board. So here, if you started off, right? Okay, Gukesh has just played f5 and you play rook to d7. The problem here is you can sacrifice a pawn. Very scary. You take, and now e3, f4, and you can see the analysis bar is not just saying, oh, you know, it's not so bad. It's like you've lost. You've completely lost the game. Because by sacrificing this pawn, you have 2 passes, and this is just about unstoppable, especially with the 2 rooks behind them. It's just too much. So it's a pretty sharp line. So to prevent this g5 pawn break, you have to actually start off with h4. And that's exactly what Ding did in the game. All right. So Gukesh has doubled both of his rooks. And guys, now it really, really looks very, very equal. And we probably will see still the players play this out, but whatever advantage there was is completely evaporated now. And we're seeing a complete draw. No problem, the real one. It was a good idea. I mean, I think it's important to explore that. I missed g4, or g5 at least. I completely missed g5, and I thought your suggestion of rook to d7 looked quite good, you know? Cutting the king off from coming forward onto the 7th rank. It's a completely legit idea if it weren't for the fact that g5 was just so potent. Just down to 7 minutes, but fortunately 1 move away from getting that additional hour with a 30-second increment. Time definitely not being much of a factor. And it has to be said also, we'll give credit where credit is due. It's very easy to be critical of Ding losing on time the other day, but both players have played very, very well when it comes to that aspect of the game. Their time management has been exceptional. And I think it's probably worth mentioning, because we sit and we're so critical. Oh, he lost on time. We don't give credit any of the time when they use their time really well. So this is a good opportunity to do that. All right, both the rooks on the D file. Defending the E3 pawn. And now you can go for H5. You can actually take here if you want. Do you take? You just play C4. Just get these pawns rolling. And this pawn sacrifice actually is super, super safe because of the fact that, I mean, you're keeping an eye on the H pawn, and you've also broken up the very strong pawn structure on Black's king side. I think the only thing that I would be concerned is that if this H pawn starts rolling, and for example, you have takes, let's just see how we defend against this, for example. Yeah, H4 is the next move. Rook to D5. Ah, got it. H3 takes H2. You can play rook to H5. And it's important to note here that if, for example, you take, you're cooked. If you take with the wrong rook, you're cooked. Because now you have to give up your rook, because the E pawn's getting promoted. So if H2, white is winning, provided that white can play rook to H5, which is a very easy move to find. And if you promote, you just capture. If you don't promote, you still capture, and white's up a pawn. And we actually have this on the board. This is awesome. All right, so this is the board as it stands right now. And we have to be a little bit precise. I'm just going to run through that line one more time. Pretty cool. Let's start off with C4, H4, rook to D5, H3, rook takes F5. And now if you say I'm going to try and promote, you have to play rook to H5. This is the only move that maintains an advantage. You will be able to pick off the pawn If instead you take with the rook on the e-file, which no one would really ever do, you run into e2 and then promotes on e1. So you'd have to just, I guess, capture. Rook takes... Oh no, you throw in a check first, actually. And then rook to g1. Basically just going to give up your rook and be down a rook. h5, let's go ding. Daniel Victor in the chat. Welcome, Daniel. Alright, so we have h5 takes, and... Alright, instead of starting with c4, we actually immediately have rook to d5. Attacking the f5 pawn. We can play h4. We can also play king to g7. Still giving it up, I guess. I mean, what do you just capture on f5? What's the deal here? You take. And then you could throw in a check. Rook to d7. King to c2. h4. Rook to g2, check, and then king to f6. Interesting. Ooh, you have to be careful here. Yeah, if you go this way. Now, what about rook to h2, threatening mate in 1? But you start off with this situation. Takes, takes, takes. Simplifying. And then rook to e4. And the king obviously is not on the greatest square on h6, but at least it's not getting mated. Yeah. Basically, all of these lines that we've looked at, they just lead to draws. You'd probably have to do something pretty insane to lose this position. For both players, really. The real one says, rook on e2 has a tremendous job. Yes, definitely. This is like the most valuable piece. You know, they always do those recaps and they're like, what's the most valuable piece? Right now, maybe throughout the game it hasn't been, but right now it's doing something super, super important. Can never, basically ever leave the square on e2. Because it's blockading the pawn that is just a few moves away from promotion. So the move that we saw on the board, Gukesh did play h4. And yeah, you can just capture. Materials equal after you capture. Remember, for the time being, Gukesh is up a pawn. That happened earlier when he captured the h5 pawn. White kind of temporarily sacrificed that to mess up Black's pawn structure, but Gukesh being so good at calculating is like, I don't care. You can take it. I know. I've already seen how this endgame goes, and I'm going to play h4. Allow you to capture on f5. Gonna throw in a couple of checks. And king to g7. I guess. Can you just play this now? King to g6. Takes on takes on h4. So you get an extra pawn. Now Deng would be up a pawn. King to f5. b4. And king to e4. Wow. Okay, so basically Gukesh is like, I've given you a pawn, but like I can just advance with my king. This looks so scary. This is extremely... I don't think actually this is the line that Gukesh has calculated. I think this is more of just like an insane engine line. Just feels terrifying, marching your king into enemy territory. But this is the big difference between humans and engines, is they're able to look at these kind of ideas where you can say, oh, I can use my king as an actual piece to prevent my opponent from doing what they want to do. And there's no risk. Whereas a person looks at this and they're like, whoa, why is my king so advanced? This looks scary. Seeing this majority of white pawns on the queen side somehow makes me so hopeful. Yeah, but it looks complicated for both players. The real one says, me too, Victor. Yes. I mean, we saw this earlier. Where if we back up and we look at this position here. where we have these 4 pawns, my thinking was wanting to play h6 and then g5. And one of the lines that we looked at that was really, really exciting was this pawn break over here in this position, whereas white starts off with a move like rook to d7, which is also a very natural looking move, threatening the pawn on a7, cutting the king off from moving forward. Now you can play this pawn sacrifice, which is really interesting. And if you take, it's insane how quickly your chances just get destroyed if you're playing from white's perspective. Because by sacrificing this pawn, you have 2 rooks, you have 2 passed pawns, and Ding is cooked, right? But that's not what happened. Ding prevented the g5 pawn break by first starting off with h4. And then Gukesh played e3, defending, doubling on the e file, and now h5, sacrificing a pawn in order to break down this pawn structure on the king side. Takes, and I think this is the position as it stands. Yeah. Really, really interesting. Pretty cool. But still completely equal. Been streaming for 4.5 hours. That's a good one. I don't think it's quite our longest stream. I think the longest stream is on the first day. That was like a 5-hour session. I did start a little bit later today. So we have... Is it just half an hour? Why is the... I thought it was an extra hour. Let me just check. Is it half an hour? I didn't realize it was just half an hour. Oh, yep. For some reason I thought it was an extra hour. My bad. Just shows you how rarely we've gotten past 40 moves. Just completely blank on the time controls. 30 minutes for the rest of the game, but the difference is you have a 30-second increment. So, yeah, you play 20 moves. I guess you get 10 additional minutes every 20 moves. Very cool. All right, Ding is away from the board. He's left Gukesh to sit and think. It is Gukesh's turn. Let's jump to the live board. Ding has just captured Gukesh's pawn on f5. And Gukesh has a number of options. None of them are anything that will create much in terms of an advantage for black. But you can throw in a check. You can play rook to d7 check, rook to d8 check. You can play king to g7, moving the king forward into the game. It's quite probable that Ding is going to be able to pick up the pawn on the h file. Very difficult to defend that pawn, but it's not that important. Yeah, not super important. It's a position where you can go down a pawn and not suffer any meaningful consequences with the black pieces. Ding seems to be lacking technique in this match so far. Apollo says, Apollo, welcome to you. Thanks for dropping a message in the chat. I think the problem that Ding has is that the moment that he allowed the queens to get exchanged, the edge that he had with the white pieces was kind of nullified. So if we back up, let's just jump to the analysis board when that actually happened. Whole time, even actually with the 2 rooks, things have been small edge, but especially here, white's doing quite well. And I think at this point he needed to realize that accepting this queen exchange was not going to help him make progress with the white pieces. So queen to g5, that would have been fine. He could have even played queen to h6. This is fine. But it's important that he keeps the queens on the board and stays patient. That's very important. Can play h4 maybe at some point. The f1 check, king to c2, queen to e1. And this is basically as far as we had calculated before it became apparent that there was going to be a queen exchange. But again, it's a lot easier to look at the engine and just say, oh, there's an advantage. But the kind of advantage that takes 20, 30 moves to turn from, plus 0.5 to plus 1, plus 1.1, plus 1.2, it's very, very, it's very difficult. But this was definitely the path forward for Ding. All right, so we're waiting on Gukesh to reply with the black pieces. Is he going to throw in a check? He's going to play king to g7, just moving his king into the game. We'll see. Black can cut the king with the rook to d7, and then the rook can have more flexibility, Unknown Monster says. Rook to d7. Was that earlier? Oh, you mean... Oh, you mean now? Yeah, rook to d7. Yeah. Yeah, rook to d7 is a good move. Rook to d7 is a great move. Taking control of the d file. I think the question I guess Black has to answer is that if you capture this pawn, is that going to be a huge issue? The engine definitely doesn't seem to think so. Just say, play rook to h5, capture the pawn on h4, doesn't matter. Black has this advanced e-pawn that's tying down the rook. And at any point, if Black's like, okay, cool, I've had enough fun, maybe there's an opportunity to exchange. But yeah, it's a little tricky. All right, we have exactly that move on the board. Let's take a look at Gukesh playing it in real time. We're about to see the move rook to d7 with check. And I'm not sure if Gukesh's Ding is at the board. No, he's not. So Ding probably chillin', as they say. And the natural move for him is just to move his king back to c2. Would be fine. Basically only one move here that White can play. If you play king to c4, you're in a lot of trouble. Let's just highlight why you can't play king to c4. Only move type situation. If instead you said, okay, cool, I'm going to play king to c4, I'm going to move forward, get my king involved in the game. Rook to d... What? Sorry. Not that. Now you can play rook to d2. And rook to d2 is insane because of the fact that, like, what do? If you take, right, you capture, e takes d, this rook is too far away to prevent the pawn on d2 promoting on d1. Very, very important that the king steps back to prevent any of these types of shenanigans. Okay, so that's good. That's good stuff from Ding. And now Black can move forward. King to g7. You can throw in a check if you like. King to f6. Rook to h5 now. And then, to g7. Rook takes h4. Ding is up a pawn. King to f5. b4. And then rook to d7. F5 with check. You can just move back and capture if you want. Or let's not do F5 check. Let's try something else. Just C5. Get these pawns rolling. It's actually quite strange because looking at this position, if I didn't know what the engine was telling me, I would be like, looks like white might be the one with initiative here. You're successfully blockading the big risk that you're facing for the time being. The only issue is that I guess maybe it's a threefold repetition here. Yeah, king to F3. No, it's not. Rook H to H2. E2. Check. Maybe there's some kind of threefold here. Yeah. This is where your threefold comes from. But it feels to me like basically every engine line, in order to maintain equality, requires this king march. And the question is, has Gukesh calculated this long king walk, where the king needs to come in and try and offer some support of this pawn? Final battle will be at the white queen side. Yeah. I mean, that's the reason why I think this game maybe still has some legs in terms of what we might expect. There might be a little bit more of a time scramble than I think towards the end. Fortunately, that 30-second increment does help, but if it gets down to a situation where both players are playing on increment and a complicated rook endgame, there's the chance that things could become a little bit risky. Rook to h5 threats that the pawn, and then double attack on the pawn on e3, and then the king slides right side. Let's see. Rook to h3. Sorry, rook to h5, did you say? Ah, okay. Let's take a look at that. That's interesting. Okay, so let's say king to g6 takes. King to f5. The problem is that the f4 pawn is weak, right? So you can't play rook to h3 now. If you play rook to h3, the king can just capture on f4, and now the rook and the king are working together to protect this advanced e3 pawn. And maybe that's one of the things that Gukesh will be calculating now. Kind of seems no matter what you do, it's difficult to try and have any meaningful advantage with either black or white. And I guess that's why the engine is just saying zeros on basically every single move. Now, my question is, if Gukesh for some reason doesn't find this king march down the board, is this the only way for black to hold on? Let's play something else. Let's play h5. Apparently the engine thinks that this is a move. h5 takes. Rook to h7. h5 is actually... Oh, h5 is so clever. Oh my gosh. h5 is so clever. h5 sacrificing one pawn, which you're going to lose anyway, right? Black is kind of resigned to the fact that you're going to lose the h4 pawn. So why not give up the h7 pawn? So we start off with h5. Rook takes h5 and then rook to h7. Rook to g2 check. King has to move, only one square. All right, we're about to see a move. Let's head on over to the board. It's Gukesh to move with the black pieces. Will he find h4? No. Doesn't go for h4. h4 is pretty creative, but this is a little bit more maybe a little easier to calculate, or not necessarily easier to calculate, just easier to find. So king to g7, bringing the king into the game. And basically what's going to happen now is that if Ding plays rook to h5, threatening the h4 pawn, we're going to see Black's king kind of track the rook on the h file down the board. Still, white has easier moves. Yeah, I agree. I agree. I would way prefer playing this position from white's perspective than from black's perspective. All right, Ding about to make a move here. He's revving up to make a move. What are we going to see on the board? Is he going to play rook to h5? No, he starts off with a check. Oh no, yeah, he starts off with a check. Rook to g2 check. Okay, king moves back, no problem. And the rook moves back. It might be the case that we have a threefold repetition here. This might be the spot where both players are saying, listen, no need to do anything too risky. Yep, we've got king to g7 on the board. Are we going to see Ding respond with rook to g2? We did have an offer earlier of draw by threefold repetition, but it was rejected by Gukesh. But this time Gukesh doesn't have a choice, it would seem. If check on g2 again, you have to play this way. Why? Because if, for example, we have rook to g2 check, and you move forward, it's mate in 2. Check, mates. That's all she wrote. So basically the ball is in Ding's court. If Ding wants a draw, he can force a draw right now. If Ding doesn't want to draw, if he wants to play for a little bit more, then he needs to take this time and think. Gukesh, whether it's a draw by a threefold repetition, is now out of Gukesh's hands. He can't decide that. But Ding can. Ding can force a draw now. Rook to e5. Someone suggesting rook to e5? Unknown monster. Alright, let's take a look at rook to e5. Oh. Let's take a look. Takes. Ooh. Rook to f5. Rook to e5 now. Rook takes e5. If you take back, rook to d2 with check. Takes. Oh, this pawn. Yeah, so losing endgame. I was like wondering, what's the big trick here? Yeah, this pass pawn we have to keep an eye on. So rook to e5 is definitely not a possibility. Let's just throw this up on the board. Kind of important to see here. So this is the position as it stands. And if we have rook to e5, we're going to lose. Just takes a little bit of time. h3, devastating. All right, we have another check. Only one move. The real one says, draws the best outcome for me, exclamation mark. All right, the players accept a draw. We have a draw on the board. And game 6 did end in a draw. Has ended in a draw. And it's 3 games apiece. And tomorrow's a rest day, guys. So we made it through. Long stream today, nearly 5 hours. And really exciting game. I actually enjoyed it. We had a London system. There are some big tricks at certain points during the analysis stage. We didn't see anything too exciting or crazy on the board, but definitely some surprising possibilities and both players, we have to give credit especially to Gukesh. When I think it was move 22 or 23, there was an opportunity for him to draw by threefold repetition, I believe. And he said, no, I want to carry on playing, even though it was actually White who had an edge and not Gukesh with the black pieces. So real credit to him. It was a good game. Unfortunately, we didn't see a decisive result. We were hoping for one. I know we had quite a few players in the chats or viewers in the chat hoping that we were going to see something other than a draw. But today, it was a draw. Tomorrow's going to be a rest day. If I'm not mistaken, I think tomorrow's a rest day. And then we'll be picking things up on Tuesday again. So be sure to keep your eyes peeled for the stream on Tuesday. And then hopefully I can come up with like an absolutely cracking thumbnail. We'll see. But thanks guys for watching. It's always awesome to have the same people in the chat, getting to know you guys a little bit better. Yeah, you guys all really, really awesome and such a nice international audience as well. I'm finding myself learning about different cultures and like what kind of things you guys are doing in different parts of the world. So it's been really fun, really, really fun. I'm going to wrap things up and I will see you guys all on Tuesday. So have a good day, morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are in the world. And I'll see you guys